The world's oceans hide more than shipwrecks. They hide silence. Silence where answers should be. Silence where entire vessels once sailed. Submarines, the most advanced machines ever sent into the deep, have a habit of vanishing, without distress calls, without debris, without a trace. Some were lost in wartime, others in peace. Some disappeared in friendly waters during routine drills, and some weren't supposed to exist at all. Their names are spoken in quiet tones by the few who remember them. Their missions remain buried in redacted files and locked archives. But every now and then, a wreck is discovered where none should be. A signal is heard from a frequency long since decommissioned. Or a diver sees something in the dark and wishes they hadn't. These aren't rumors. They're logged, confirmed, repeated by military insiders, sonar operators, and classified communiques. And yet, no one is talking, because the deepest secrets aren't always at the bottom of the sea. Sometimes they're filed away, denied, erased, or marked need to know. And we were never meant to know. Until now. So settle in. What you're about to hear was never meant to surface. Let's begin. The North Pacific is a place of unfathomable distances and silent, unknowable depth. A theatre of cold currents and sunken secrets where entire worlds can vanish without leaving so much as a ripple. Out here, thousands of miles from land, time seems to slow and disappear altogether. The ocean grows still, and in that stillness, history has a way of getting lost. But not all of it stays buried. This is the story of a submarine that should have remained hidden, lost in silence, claimed by the sea. Instead, it sparked one of the most ambitious covert operations in the history of espionage. A mission so secretive, even its success or failure remains a matter of debate. And what it uncovered, deep beneath the surface of the Pacific, remains classified to this day. Before we go further, a quiet word. You won't see rapid cuts or flashy edits here. These stories are meant to be heard, not hurried. So take your time. Leave this running while you work, rest, or just let your thoughts wander. The visuals are here to guide you and add context, but they aren't the focus. Now, back to the story. It begins not with a disappearance, but with a shockwave. On March 8, 1968, seismic monitoring stations across the Pacific detected something unusual. Somewhere northwest of Oahu, Hawaii, in the vast blue void between the Kuril Islands and Midway Atoll, instruments picked up the distinct acoustic signature of an undersea explosion. It was not an earthquake. The blast had the sonic profile of something metallic, something hollow, something imploding under extreme pressure. At first, there were only questions, but behind closed doors, analysts in the United States were already connecting the dots. The coordinates of the acoustic event roughly matched the expected patrol route of a Soviet ballistic missile submarine, the K-129. And the K-129 had gone silent. For the Soviet Union, silence meant catastrophe. Submarines didn't just stop transmitting. If one vanished without explanation, it likely meant disaster. And in the Cold War, even a single vessel carried the weight of international tension. The K-129 was a Gulf II class submarine, nuclear capable, armed with 3 ballistic missiles, and built to patrol the deep Pacific on behalf of the Soviet Navy. It was not designed to be found. Its missions were cloaked in secrecy, and it was presumed lost somewhere thousands of meters beneath the surface. But to the CIA, the disappearance of the K-129 wasn't just a tragedy for the Soviets. It was an opportunity, a once-in-a-generation opportunity. If the submarine could be located, and if it had indeed sunk, then its wreck might hold not just Soviet hardware, but secrets, communications codes, missile guidance systems, cryptographic keys, technology that could tilt the scales of the Cold War. And so began one of the strangest chapters in American intelligence history, a classified operation known as Project Azorian. But before the CIA could recover the wreck, or even consider it, they first had to find it. The ocean is vast, and the K-129, if it had sunk, would be resting in one of the deepest and least mapped regions of the Pacific, over 16,000 feet down, beyond the reach of standard naval recovery. But with the help of underwater hydroacoustic data, including recordings of the explosion captured by the US Navy's Sound Surveillance System, SOSUS, analysts were able to triangulate the likely point of impact. In mid-1968, the US deployed a submarine of its own, the USS Halibut, to quietly scour the seafloor in the target area. The Halibut was a unique vessel, a nuclear-powered submarine fitted with high-tech camera sleds and deep-sea scanning equipment, designed specifically for espionage. What it found stunned the intelligence community. Resting on the ocean floor, more than 3 miles beneath the surface, was the shattered hull of the K-129. Broken into 3 large pieces, its sail crumpled, its missile compartment exposed. The wreck was eerily intact, enough to suggest that a substantial portion of the submarine might still be recoverable. But the risks were immense. Any attempt to retrieve the submarine would have to be carried out in absolute secrecy. If the Soviets found out, it could trigger an international incident. Worse, it might lead them to change their naval codes and protocols, rendering the operation meaningless. So the CIA turned to an unlikely ally, Howard Hughes. Under the guise of a commercial venture, Hughes agreed to lend his name and resources to the construction of a colossal recovery vessel. The cover story? That Hughes was building a ship, the Glomar Explorer, to mine manganese nodules from the ocean floor. It was a plausible enough explanation, and one that played into Hughes's reputation for eccentric, high-tech ventures. But in truth, the Glomar Explorer was designed for something else entirely. Its mission was to raise the K-129 from the deep, and it had to do so without anyone knowing. Construction of the Glomar Explorer began in 1972. It was one of the most complex maritime engineering projects ever undertaken, equipped with a towering derrick, a massive grapple system, and a moon pool designed to bring the submarine into the ship without exposing it to view. The plan was bold, maybe too bold, but by 1974, the Glomar Explorer set sail, bound for a stretch of empty ocean northwest of Hawaii, where the K-129 lay waiting. The recovery operation began in late summer. Lowering the grapple over 16,000 feet to the seafloor took days. The ocean was calm, but the margin for error was razor thin. The recovery claw, known as the capture vehicle, had to descend with perfect precision, latch onto the broken hull of the submarine, and raise it slowly back to the surface, all without breaking apart. For a time, it worked. According to official, and still highly redacted, accounts, the grapple managed to secure a portion of the K-129 wreckage and begin its ascent. But somewhere in the middle of the lift, something went wrong. The stress was too much. The submarine, weakened by pressure and time, fractured. A large section broke off and plummeted back into the abyss. Only a portion of the submarine made it into the recovery bay. What that portion contained remains one of the CIA's most closely guarded secrets. Some reports suggest that nuclear warheads were recovered. Others claim that Soviet codebooks and encryption devices were found, items that could have had immense value to American intelligence. But the truth is, no one really knows. Even decades later, the full scope of what Project Azorian retrieved has never been publicly confirmed. And that's where the story begins to blur. Not just with secrecy, but with suspicion. The Soviets never formally acknowledged that the US had recovered any part of the K-129. And yet, within their naval circles, there were whispers, hints that someone had gotten there first, that the Americans had conducted an operation so daring and so outrageous, it bordered on fiction. Then came the leak. In 1975, news of Project Azorian reached the press. The Los Angeles Times and other outlets reported on a secret CIA salvage mission, carried out under the guise of Howard Hughes's mining operation. The CIA, caught off guard, issued a now infamous response. We can neither confirm nor deny. The birth of what's now known as the Glomar response. It was the perfect phrase. Ambiguous, evasive, designed not to reveal, but to obscure. And it worked. To this day, Project Azorian remains shrouded in secrecy. What was recovered from the seafloor? What did the CIA learn from the K-129? And why, after nearly half a century, is so much of it still classified? Some believe the operation was a success, that the CIA gained valuable insights into Soviet missile technology and naval procedures. Others suggest the mission failed, that the portion recovered was too damaged or too limited to offer any meaningful intelligence. Then there are the stranger rumors, that the K-129 wasn't on a routine patrol at all, but on a rogue mission, that the explosion which sank it wasn't accidental, but internal, a mutiny or sabotage. There's even speculation that the submarine was attempting to launch a nuclear strike, unauthorized perhaps, and that it was stopped mid-act. There is no evidence to support these claims. But that, of course, is the nature of classified history. Where facts are few, theories grow. Even the location of the K-129 wreck has remained largely off limits. While modern researchers have narrowed down the general coordinates, the exact site has never been publicly mapped. No independent dives, no photographic surveys, just fragments from declassified memos, second-hand accounts, and anonymous sources. And perhaps most haunting of all are the dead. Dozens of Soviet sailors perished aboard the K-129. According to some reports, the CIA held a private ceremony at sea before recovering the wreckage, a gesture of respect for the lives lost. The agency later claimed to have returned the recovered bodies to the Soviet Union in a sealed container with military honors. But this too is disputed. No official confirmation, no names, just another layer of secrecy. The ocean, as always, keeps its silence. And in the end, the mystery of the K-129 may not be about what we found, but about what we weren't supposed to find at all. In the cold calculus of espionage, the submarine was never just a vessel. It was a cipher, a question with no easy answer. Its hull may have cracked, its mission may have failed, but even in ruin, it was valuable. And in that sense, the K-129 still exists beneath the surface, not just as a wreck on the seafloor, but as a ghost in the archives. A story too dangerous to tell, and too strange to forget. Perhaps one day, the full truth will surface. But until then, it remains one of the ocean's most haunting secrets. Story 2. The USS Scorpion. From the depths of the Pacific and the covert layers of Cold War espionage, we now cross hemispheres to the wide, rolling expanse of the North Atlantic. A different ocean, a different submarine, but an eerily familiar silence. Just months after the Soviet K-129 vanished beneath the sea, another submarine disappeared. But this time, it was American. It was newer, nuclear-powered, and it left behind no distress signal, no trace, no survivors. The USS Scorpion, one of the most advanced submarines in the US Navy, gone without a whisper in the spring of 1968. And for over half a century, the question has lingered, not just what happened, but why it happened. Was it an accident, sabotage, a Soviet attack, or something darker still? Something buried so deep that no official story will ever quite fit the shape of the truth. This is not just the story of a missing submarine. It is the story of a moment in history, frozen in classified files and encrypted sonar returns. It is a riddle folded within the steel hull of a war machine and left to rest in the shadows, 2 miles beneath the surface of the sea. Let's begin where the records do. May 1968. The Scorpion is returning home. It had been deployed in the Mediterranean for months, part of a routine Cold War patrol, tailing Soviet vessels and gathering intelligence beneath the waves. By spring, her orders were clear: return to Norfolk, Virginia. But the Scorpion never arrived. The last transmission came on May 21st, a routine message reporting her position southwest of the Azores. There was no sign of distress, no hint of trouble. And then, silence. The days passed. The expected arrival date came and went, and gradually, concern hardened into dread. The Scorpion was missing. At first, the Navy kept quiet, hoping for a last-minute radio burst or a miraculous resurfacing. But as hours turned to days, a classified search operation began. And behind closed doors, officials began to accept what no one wanted to say out loud. The USS Scorpion was lost. Her final voyage had ended somewhere in the Atlantic, but where and why remained unknown. The Scorpion was a skipjack-class nuclear submarine, fast, stealthy, and armed with torpedoes. At 252 feet long, she carried a crew of 99 men. Her nuclear reactor gave her near-limitless range beneath the sea, and she was considered one of the Navy's most capable undersea vessels. But there had been issues. Before her final deployment, the Scorpion had been in for repairs, but only the most urgent work was completed. She left port with a backlog of over 100 mechanical issues noted in her maintenance log. Some of those issues were minor, others were not. There were reports of persistent hydraulic failures, a torpedo room hatch that wouldn't seal properly, and most troubling of all, the emergency blow system, used to surface rapidly in the event of a crisis, was unreliable. Still, she was cleared for duty, because in the Cold War, schedules often overruled safety. After weeks of silence, the Navy made the loss public. Families were informed, memorials were planned, but the ocean had offered no explanation, only absence. It wasn't until October, 5 months later, that the wreckage was found. Using a combination of sonar data and classified underwater surveillance tools, the Navy pinpointed the Scorpion's remains on the seafloor, over 400 miles southwest of the Azores. She lay in fragments more than 9,000 feet down. Photographs were taken by deep-sea submersibles, grainy black and white images of a broken hull, a shattered conning tower, debris fields scattered across the abyss. There were no bodies, no clear cause, only wreckage and silence. The Navy launched an official investigation, but the findings, when released, did little to satisfy the growing web of speculation. The final report suggested an internal fault, perhaps a battery explosion or a torpedo malfunction. It emphasized mechanical failure, downplayed external threats, and dismissed more sinister possibilities. But not everyone agreed. Inside the intelligence community, and among the Navy's own ranks, doubts began to surface. Why had the Scorpion descended so rapidly? Some sonar analysts suggested she had dropped at a near vertical angle, plunging nose first in what looked like a deliberate dive. Why were parts of her hull ruptured inward, as if something had struck from outside? And why did the Navy seem so reluctant to explore the possibility of hostile action, especially in the middle of the most tense, opaque chapter of the Cold War? One theory emerged almost immediately, that the Scorpion had been sunk by the Soviets. The timing was uncanny. Just 3 months earlier, the Soviet K-129 had gone missing in the Pacific. American analysts had suspected a weapons failure, but the Soviet leadership, according to some reports, blamed the United States. Was the loss of the Scorpion retaliation? Some whispered of a tit-for-tat operation, a quiet underwater war being waged beneath the public eye. Others pointed to Soviet naval activity in the region. Around the time the Scorpion vanished, several Soviet ships and submarines were known to be operating in the Atlantic. Could one of them have intercepted her? There were even rumors of intercepted transmissions, garbled sonar recordings, picked up by NATO listening posts that hinted at an underwater confrontation. But if such evidence existed, it never reached the public. Another theory focused on internal failure, but one far more alarming than the Navy's official explanation. What if the Scorpion had accidentally fired one of her own torpedoes? Some experts have proposed a scenario in which a defective torpedo activated while still in its tube. The heat buildup could have triggered an explosion, rupturing the forward compartment and sending the sub into a deadly spiral. This theory gained traction after the loss of the USS Thresher in 1963, another submarine that imploded due to mechanical failure. But others find this explanation too convenient. They point out that if the crew had time to react, emergency systems should have been engaged. And while the Scorpion did have known faults, there's no clear evidence that any one system triggered a catastrophic chain reaction. Which brings us to the stranger theories. Some researchers, both within and outside the Navy, have speculated about secret missions, classified operations that never made it into the official log. Was the Scorpion engaged in espionage? Was she tailing a Soviet vessel, collecting intelligence, or even deploying surveillance equipment when something went wrong? If so, those activities might have been too sensitive to reveal. According to declassified documents, the Scorpion was involved in intelligence work during her final deployment. Her exact mission, however, remains redacted. Then there are theories that venture even further into the realm of the unexplained. Some believe the Scorpion encountered an object it couldn't identify, something not listed in any naval registry. Strange sonar echoes, sudden, impossible maneuvers. These stories are difficult to verify and easy to dismiss, but the ocean is vast, and its deepest regions remain almost entirely unobserved. If something unknown had entered that space, who would be there to see it? And who would be allowed to speak? Ultimately, the loss of the USS Scorpion remains unresolved. The Navy's official story still points to mechanical failure, a tragic accident. But the classified files tell a murkier tale. Key pages remain redacted. Crucial acoustic data has never been released. And the families of the lost have long questioned whether they've been told the full truth. Some believe the wreck was studied more extensively than publicly acknowledged. That experimental submersibles were sent down to collect fragments, perhaps even recover parts of the reactor or torpedo systems. If that's true, those missions were buried deep beneath layers of need-to-know classification. What we do know is this: the Scorpion sank in May 1968, with all 99 crew lost. She lies now in silence, nearly 10,000 feet below the waves. Her hull broken, her secrets sealed in steel and sediment. For the families, the pain never faded. Names etched on memorials. Questions that echo across generations. Why did it happen? What went wrong? And for those who served in the silent service, the submariners of the Cold War, the loss was more than just personal. It was a chilling reminder of what could happen without warning. Beneath the surface, every patrol is a risk. Every dive into the black is a step into uncertainty. And when a vessel disappears, without a trace, without a call, the sea offers no answers, only pressure, only silence. The story of the Scorpion isn't just a tale of war or technology or politics. It's a story about the edge of knowledge, where certainty ends and mystery begins. Because somewhere beneath all the data and speculation is the truth. But like the submarine itself, it's buried, waiting, endlessly quiet, and still unanswered. Story 3. The INS Dakar. The ghost submarine of the Mediterranean. From the empty corridors of the Atlantic, where the Scorpion slipped beneath the waves and into history, we turn now to the warmer waters of the Mediterranean, a sea often regarded as more hospitable, more known. But that perception is deceptive, for beneath its blue surface, another mystery waits, quieter, subtler, yet just as unnerving. A mystery not of war, but of disappearance, not of battle, but of absence. It was 1968, a year when the world seemed poised on a knife's edge. The Cold War was no longer a shadow. It was a shape, tangible, present, pressing against every coastline, every depth. Submarines prowled the oceans in silence, gliding beneath the waves with secrets sealed inside their hulls. And one by one, some of those vessels began to vanish. The USS Scorpion disappeared in May. The Soviet K-129 had already been lost in March. And then, in January, before either of those tragedies, a third submarine, this time Israeli, entered the sea and never came back. Its name was Dakar. It wasn't a new boat. It had seen war before, but under a different flag. Originally, HMS Totem, a British T-class submarine, it had patrolled the waters of the Second World War. Sturdy, compact, diesel-electric, designed to dive deep but never fast, built to endure depth charges and long deployments. After the war, she'd been refitted, modernized, and eventually decommissioned. That's when Israel acquired her. In 1965, the newly formed Israeli Navy purchased 3 of these British subs, Totem, Turpin, and Truncheon, and began converting them for Mediterranean service. They were renamed, retooled, resurrected. Totem became Dakar. The overhaul was extensive. Her sonar systems were upgraded. Her communication arrays strengthened. The engines received full servicing. And when the work was complete, she stood ready. A Cold War-era vessel prepared for the next chapter of her life beneath the waves. Her crew was young. Most were in their 20s. But they were proud, hand-picked and rigorously trained. They represented the promise of a growing navy, the confidence of a nation still defining its place in a volatile region. Lieutenant Commander Yaakov Ra'anan was her captain, a calm, calculating officer known for his focus and composure under pressure. This voyage would be Dakar's return home, a transfer mission, not a patrol, not a combat operation, a simple journey from Scotland to Haifa. She departed on January 9th, 1968. Escorted out of port, waved off by British officers, and then she was gone, beneath the surface, slicing south toward the Strait of Gibraltar. The journey began uneventfully. Dakar maintained radio contact as she passed through the Atlantic, staying submerged much of the time, surfacing periodically to transmit her position. Her route was clear: enter the Mediterranean, make scheduled updates, and arrive at Haifa before the end of the month. Her last confirmed position came on January 24th. She had made it through the strait. She was in the eastern Mediterranean now, moving east by southeast at a steady clip. Her messages were confident, ahead of schedule, running smoothly. Then, nothing. The silence wasn't immediate. At first, it was just a delay, a missed check-in, then another, then a worry. By the 25th, concern had turned to alarm. By the 26th, search operations were underway. The Israeli Navy mobilized. So did American forces, British support ships, and Mediterranean allies. Planes scanned the sea. Ships crisscrossed Dakar's expected path. Hydrophones were tuned for any trace: a sonar echo, a distress ping, the hiss of compressed air. But there was nothing. Not a sound, not a shimmer, not a scrap of debris. In a sea known for its density of traffic, its crowded coastlines and shallow basin, a full-sized submarine had simply vanished. The families waited. The government offered little, and rumors, as they always do, began to fill the silence. Some believed the sub had suffered a catastrophic failure, a collapse of the pressure hull, an electrical fire, a miscalculation in ballast. Others whispered of more deliberate forces: sabotage, a Soviet torpedo, an accidental strike by a NATO ship testing new technology. And beneath those theories, darker currents swirled. Stories of hidden missions, of surveillance gone wrong, of secrets submerged as deeply as the vessel itself. But no theory, however detailed, could answer the central question: where was Dakar? In February 1969, more than a year after her disappearance, something surfaced, literally. A rusted metal capsule washed ashore on a beach in Gaza. It was Dakar's emergency buoy, a cylindrical container designed to float free if the submarine sank, equipped with a homing beacon and identification markers. The capsule was battered, corroded, its equipment unresponsive, but it was unmistakably hers. It proved that Dakar was gone, and it suggested a location: the current patterns, the algae and barnacle growth, the position of the buoy, all pointed to a region north of the Egyptian coast between Crete and Cyprus. Searches were redirected, but still, nothing. The seafloor in that region is jagged and deep. Crevices run for miles. Slopes plunge abruptly into basins 2 and 3 kilometers down. Sediment shifts. Wreckage can vanish. And for the families, hope began to erode. The passing years turned grief into something quieter, but not softer, not closure, just waiting. For decades, the sea held its silence. And then, in 1999, it spoke. A joint expedition between the Israeli Navy and the American deep-sea survey firm Nauticos was launched. Using high-resolution sonar, remotely operated vehicles, and decades of accumulated search data, they narrowed their focus to a specific stretch of seafloor. And on May 28th, they found her, resting at a depth of nearly 9,800 feet. Dakar had been located. The discovery stunned even the most seasoned investigators. She lay upright, her bow partially buried in silt. The pressure hull was cracked but intact. Her sail had broken off and lay nearby. Her stern was twisted. Debris fanned outward in a pattern that suggested rapid descent, a sharp angle, a steep dive. But there was no sign of fire, no blast damage, no evidence of attack. She had gone down quickly, quietly, fatally. The deep preserved her in eerie detail. And yet, as the cameras moved slowly over the wreck, silent, dispassionate observers of tragedy, one fact became chillingly clear. The cause was still unknown. It wasn't a torpedo strike. That much was evident. It wasn't sabotage. And while mechanical failure was possible, perhaps even probable, the absence of any distress signal remained baffling. Dakar had time to release the emergency buoy, which meant someone, in those final seconds, had acted, which meant they knew, which meant there was a moment, a choice, a final effort. But what had preceded that moment? What chain of events had led a crew of 69, experienced, trained, and by all accounts successful in their voyage, to sink in silence? Investigators proposed several possibilities. A failure of the snorkel mast, the long, retractable pipe that allows diesel subs to take in air while running near the surface. If the mast failed to seal properly during submersion, water could flood in rapidly. In a matter of seconds, a rising wave could have surged through the ventilation system and into the engine compartments. Electrical systems would short. Lights would fail. Compartment hatches, designed to seal in emergencies, might have delayed the flooding, but not stopped it. The crew could have been overwhelmed, trapped between sections, trying to reach the surface. But Dakar was not found near the surface. She lay miles down, which suggests the dive was uncontrolled. A nosedive, a silent spiral into the dark. Could a trim failure have occurred? A misbalance in ballast tanks sending her bow down in an irreversible descent? Or a control failure, a jammed dive plane locking the submarine into a fatal trajectory? These theories fit the physical evidence, but they don't explain the silence. Why didn't the crew call for help? Why no mayday? Why no frantic burst of Morse code? Even as systems failed. Even seconds might have been enough, unless the power failed completely, unless the incident was so sudden that no one had time, unless the crew was already unconscious, or worse, already gone. As the cameras hovered over the wreckage, as the investigators reviewed the imagery, a second realization began to settle. If Dakar had suffered an accident, it was unlike any other on record for its silence, its completeness. There were no escape attempts, no recovered bodies, no signals other than the buoy. And even that was damaged. Its beacon had never activated. Its antenna had been bent inward, as if crushed by pressure rather than released at depth. Some speculated the buoy had been launched manually at the surface, During a moment of confusion, of hope, others believed it had broken loose during the descent, its tethers weakened by stress. But the deeper question lingered. Had the crew known they were doomed? And if so, what had they seen? What had they heard? What, in those final, irreversible moments, had happened within those steel walls? The search had found the wreck, but not the story. The sea had given up the hull, but not the reason. And the Mediterranean, sunlit, shallow, and long believed familiar, had proven it could keep a secret as well as any trench. As families gathered at the memorial unveiled that autumn, photographs of the lost men lined the shoreline. Candles were lit, speeches were given, and somewhere, out past the reach of light, the Dakar rested. Quiet, unchanged, unyielding, the ghost of a journey, never completed. And yet, even in death, the Dakar refused to surrender its voice. No black box, no surviving logbook, no final transmission scrawled on a salvaged scrap of plastic or paper. What the sea preserved in metal, it erased in message. Time had stripped the wreck of context, of confession, of cause. So investigators turned, as they often do, to patterns, to precedents. They reviewed every recorded incident of T-class submarines, every failure, every narrow escape, every note in the aging British manuals on their quirks and weaknesses. The T-class was known for its reliability, but it was also known for its limits. The snorkel theory remained the most plausible on paper. Other T-class vessels had suffered similar flooding episodes during conversion. The mechanism had not been designed for frequent dives and rises in shallow coastal waters. The modifications added complexity, vulnerability, and the Mediterranean, deceptively calm, could turn aggressive in seconds. A swell, a sudden intake of water. But this theory, like all the rest, came with a silence it could not explain. The crew was trained. They had performed drills. They had surfaced and submerged hundreds of times. Why no warning? Why no signal from the captain? Why no emergency ascent? And then there was the timing. Dakar disappeared at the height of Cold War tension in the Middle East. Only months before, Israel had fought in the Six-Day War. The Soviet Union had condemned the action. The Arab states had vowed retribution. Intelligence services on all sides were in motion, watching, listening, intercepting. Could the Dakar have been carrying more than just her crew? Officially, the voyage was a routine transfer, a newly commissioned submarine returning home to join the fleet. But some believed it was more. There were whispers, never confirmed, never denied, that Dakar had orders to test sensitive equipment en route. New sonar, new communication encryption, even covert surveillance protocols. That she may have been tasked with recording naval activity in contested waters. If true, it might explain the abrupt end to her journey. And it might also explain why, in some circles, the possibility of interception has never been fully ruled out. The Eastern Mediterranean in 1968 was a chessboard of quiet conflict. Soviet ships routinely shadowed NATO vessels. US submarines made regular passes along the Levant coast. Egypt had Soviet advisors. Syria had Soviet equipment. The Black Sea Fleet moved in patterns unseen but known, reflected only in occasional ripples of intelligence. Could Dakar have encountered another vessel? One that didn't want to be seen? One that mistook her for something else? Or worse, recognized her for what she was? Officially, Israel has always maintained that Dakar was on a non-combat mission, that her dive had been deep, but her intentions shallow. But when a submarine disappears, no matter the flag, suspicions rise like oil on water. Some Israeli naval veterans have long suspected that Soviet forces may have played a role. That perhaps an encounter occurred, a warning, a collision, an escalation that spiraled too fast for recovery. But there's no evidence, only gaps. And so, another theory emerged, one darker, more psychological, that the Dakar was lost from within. Submarine duty is not like surface duty. It is quiet, repetitive, claustrophobic. The crew lives in a metal tube, compressed air, recycled water, artificial day and night. Tensions build, mental stress compounds. Could someone have snapped? Could a single moment, an error in judgment, a misunderstood order, even a mental break, have triggered a cascade of events? This idea too remains unproven. The crew had been screened, evaluated. They were young, yes, but resilient. And no reports from prior legs of the journey suggested any discord or instability. Still, the possibility lingers. A crew is a closed system. One spark can poison the air, and then there is the shape of the wreck itself. When images of Dakar's resting place were shared with analysts, a few noticed something peculiar. Her descent path, the angle of entry, the spread of debris, did not entirely match known profiles of a passive dive. It seemed too steep, too sudden, as if, at the moment of crisis, she had been driven downward deliberately. The question then became chilling. Was the descent a last-ditch attempt to reach crush depth before something worse occurred? Some have suggested the captain may have chosen to scuttle her, to prevent capture, to protect technology, or to deny a larger truth. But such a theory hinges on motives unknown. It borders on speculation, fuel for fiction, perhaps, but not for records. What remains unchallenged is this. Dakar's hull bore no evidence of combat, no scars of weapons fire, no torpedo holes, no fragmentation. Whatever killed her did so from within. The ocean did not take her by violence, it took her by silence. And in that silence, families were left to imagine what final sounds filled the submarine. The scream of a warning klaxon, the groan of hull plates under pressure, the shouted commands, the scraping of boots, the last flicker of a failing light. Or perhaps nothing at all. Perhaps it was quiet, so quick, so total, that there was no time for sound, no time for prayer, only pressure, only water. In the years that followed Dakar's discovery, small ceremonies were held at sea, at the memorial in Jerusalem, and at naval academies across the country. Recruits are taught her name. Officers pass her story like a caution, like a ghost that walks the passageways of newer boats. Her image is etched into metal plaques. Her outline is traced on maps of past patrols. And still, the question remains unanswered. What happened? In 2000, the Israeli Navy conducted a detailed engineering analysis of the wreckage. Using simulation models, structural data, and the known positions of her debris field, they concluded, tentatively, that the most likely cause was a failure in the aft ballast tanks, leading to sudden loss of trim and uncontrollable descent. But even this explanation leaves critical holes. Why was the emergency buoy launched? Why was no emergency call made? And why did every safeguard, every drill, every protocol fail? It is possible, as some have bitterly remarked, that Dakar died not from one failure, but from many. A convergence, a perfect storm of minor malfunctions, split-second confusion, and the brutal reality of depth. The ocean is not forgiving. It offers no second chances. But in mystery, there is a kind of immortality. Dakar is not just a tragedy. She is a monument to silence, to unanswered questions, to the depth of what we do not know. And in this, she joins a lineage of lost vessels: Scorpion, K-129, Kursk, each one a shadow beneath the waves, each one a story half told, each one a name carved into metal and memory. In the vast theatre of submarine warfare, there are few survivors, not of the crew, but of the truth. Because when the hatch is sealed, when the dive begins, when the pressure outside rises beyond comprehension, what happens next belongs only to the deep. The Dakar rests now in perpetual darkness. The currents do not touch her. The silt drifts around her like time itself. There are no answers written in her steel, only questions, pressed thin by the weight of the sea. And so, we return once more to the surface, with nothing solved. Only stories, only shadows, and the lingering sense that beneath the most traveled waters, secrets still sleep. Story 4. The Shag Harbor USO incident. From the wreck of the INS Dakar, sunken and still enigmatic beneath the Mediterranean, we surface once more into a world equally saturated with unanswered questions. The submarine's silence, its unspoken tale told only in rust and pressure, lingers like the last note of a forgotten melody. But just beyond those quiet depths lies another frontier. Not the dark underworld of submarines lost to time, but something stranger, something that doesn't belong. Because not every mystery that crashes into the ocean begins below it. Some arrive from the sky. We begin again, this time in Nova Scotia. It is the night of October 4th, 1967, and something is falling from the sky. Shag Harbor is a small fishing village nestled along the coast of Canada's Atlantic edge. It's quiet here, with lobster boats resting along the docks and the sharp scent of salt always in the wind. The kind of place where little changes, where stories are passed from generation to generation, worn smooth by time and retelling. But what happened on that cold October night wasn't a story anyone was prepared to tell. At a little after 11:20 p.m., several witnesses, some in cars, others working late, reported seeing a series of flashing lights descending from the sky. Not a shooting star, not an aircraft, but something else. Something low, fast, and eerily silent. According to one witness, it looked like a glowing orange object moving at a strange angle, almost as if it were drifting rather than flying. Others described it as resembling a plane about to crash, except there was no sound, no engine, no fire trail, just a flash, a fall, and then impact. The object appeared to hit the water just offshore, making a hissing noise as it vanished beneath the surface. But it didn't sink, not right away. Multiple people, including local fishermen and members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, arrived on the scene within minutes. What they saw floating in the water was unlike anything they'd encountered before. A glowing object, emitting a pale golden light, resting silently in the bay. As they watched, the light began to dim. Then, slowly, it submerged. Rescue efforts were immediate. RCMP officers contacted the Coast Guard. Divers were dispatched. Boats swept the area. The Canadian Navy was called in. They searched for wreckage, for oil slicks, for bodies. They found nothing. No debris, no fragments, no black box. No plane had been reported missing. No transponder signal was detected. Whatever had entered the water that night had done so silently, completely, and without leaving a trace. But that's not where the story ends, because the object didn't vanish. At least, not right away. According to classified sonar logs later declassified and analysed, naval sonar operators tracked a submerged object in the days following the Shag Harbor incident. The object moved in ways inconsistent with known submarine technology. It travelled slowly at first, holding position for nearly a full day. Then, as ships approached, it moved again, but not away from the coast, toward it. It appeared to settle under the waters near Government Point, a restricted military zone. What followed next raised even more eyebrows. Several days after the initial crash, divers were once again dispatched to investigate the area near Government Point. But this time, the mission was not publicly acknowledged. Navy ships took up positions nearby. The local public was told it was a routine training exercise. Then came the reports, whispers mostly, of another object. Some accounts claim that during the underwater tracking, a second unidentified object appeared on sonar. It moved with precision, approached the first, and then remained stationary beside it for nearly an hour. After which, both objects began to move again, heading out to sea, disappearing into the North Atlantic. Once again, nothing was found. Official reports labelled the event an unexplained crash of an unknown object. It remains one of the few officially documented and investigated UFO incidents in Canadian history. But it's not just the crash, or the object, or even the Navy's unusual interest that keeps this case alive. It's the patterns. Shag Harbor isn't alone. In the years surrounding the 1967 incident, the region saw a spike in sightings, both aerial and underwater. Fishermen reported glowing lights beneath their boats. Pilots described strange objects pacing them over the ocean. Even military radar stations picked up unidentified tracks that moved with impossible acceleration. Some of these events were written off as atmospheric anomalies. Others were never explained, but they share common elements: low-level flight paths, water proximity, and objects vanishing into the sea, which raises an uncomfortable question. What if these are not isolated incidents? What if the ocean isn't just a place for things to disappear, but a destination? The Shag Harbor incident triggered waves far beyond the sleepy fishing village. Canadian intelligence took interest. So did American agencies. Classified communications between NORAD officials and Canadian Defence suggest cross-border cooperation on the matter, though the full contents of those exchanges remain redacted to this day. Some theorists point to the Cold War context. 1967 was a time of heightened tension. Nuclear submarines prowled the oceans. Missile silos sat on hair-trigger alert. Could Shag Harbor have been a test of advanced Soviet technology, or an experimental NATO aircraft gone awry? But there are problems with that theory. No known military platform, then or now, exhibits the flight and submersion characteristics reported. The object transitioned from aerial descent to water entry with no visible structural damage. It floated, then submerged, then maneuvered underwater. It's not that no known craft can do all those things. It's that no known craft can do them like that. Skeptics have suggested alternative explanations: a meteor, a hoax, a misidentified aircraft. But meteors don't hover. They don't stay intact on impact. And hoaxes don't show up on sonar, especially not ones that evade trained divers and mobilize national military assets. One of the most curious aspects of the case is just how seriously it was taken at the time. There was no knee-jerk dismissal, no immediate write-off as swamp gas or optical illusion. Authorities responded as if something real had happened. because it had. And yet, despite all the reports, all the documentation, all the witness statements and the sonar logs, no conclusion has ever been officially reached, which leaves us with only possibilities. One possibility is that the Shag Harbor object was extraterrestrial, a craft of unknown origin making an emergency water landing. That might sound extraordinary, but it's worth noting that many historical UFO encounters involve not just airspace, but oceans. Some researchers refer to these as USOs, unidentified submerged objects. Reports describe them entering or exiting the sea, traveling at high speed underwater, or performing maneuvers no submarine can replicate. In some cases, they're seen by commercial pilots, in others, by sonar operators, and sometimes, as in Shag Harbor, by ordinary people staring up at the night sky. Another possibility is that we are dealing with something human but hidden, a secret program, a classified technology, one capable of vertical takeoff, amphibious operation, and silent running. But if such a craft existed in 1967, why was it never acknowledged? And why test it over a populated area in full view of witnesses? Perhaps it was never meant to be seen, or perhaps it was never ours. Then again, the most haunting possibility is the simplest, that we encountered something we didn't understand, and still don't. Shag Harbor has faded from the headlines. The cold October night when the sky fell into the sea is now half a century past. But the mystery remains. No wreckage, no explanations, no closure. Just a quiet place by the sea. And a moment when the ordinary world was briefly interrupted by the impossible. To this day, some locals still look to the water and wonder, not just what fell, but what might still be down there, waiting, watching, listening. Because beneath the most familiar coastlines, even in the calmest harbors, the ocean keeps its secrets, and some of them don't come from here. They arrive, they disappear, and they never explain why. But not all stories of strange contacts vanish beneath the waves. Some are tracked, some are documented, and some, despite the odds, are remembered. Even now, the Shag Harbor incident remains one of the most compelling cases of an unidentified object impacting the sea and staying there for a time. And if it could happen once, it could happen again. Story 5. The transmedium UFO and fast mover recordings from submarines. From sonar contacts in the depths of the Pacific to whispered accounts shared only in the low glow of control room lighting, not all encounters with the unknown are made in the sky. Some take place far beneath it, where light fades, pressure builds, and only the instruments know what moved. Because while the Shag Harbor incident revealed the chilling possibility of something unidentified entering the sea and vanishing beneath it, it was not the last time submariners would be left with questions no one could answer. In fact, it may have been a beginning. Across decades and oceans, military submarines have recorded encounters with objects that seem to defy everything we know about propulsion, maneuverability, and the physical limits of material science. The reports are scattered, often classified, and almost always dismissed by official channels. But they share a common thread. Something was moving down there, and it wasn't one of ours. They are called transmedium objects, not just flying, but diving, not just traveling through air, but slipping seamlessly through water. These aren't fleeting blips or radar anomalies. In some cases, they've been tracked on sonar, measured, calculated, and then, impossibly, lost. It begins with speed. In water, resistance is unforgiving. Even our most advanced submarines top out at speeds around 40 knots. Anything faster risks catastrophic failure. But the objects recorded by submarines have moved at speeds many times that limit, sometimes exceeding several hundred knots underwater. A rate of motion no known craft can survive. The reports span countries and generations. In the early 1990s, a classified encounter occurred beneath the North Atlantic. A US Navy submarine conducting routine patrols detected a fast-moving object at depths over 3,000 feet. The contact was tracked for several minutes. It moved in a straight line at nearly 200 knots, then turned abruptly without slowing, executing a maneuver that would have shredded any known vessel. The crew was stunned, but no one spoke of it, not officially. In the logs, the entry was marked as anomalous, no explanation given. That incident wasn't unique. Russian submariners have reported similar encounters. One account, from a declassified Soviet naval archive, describes a 1982 training exercise in the Arctic Sea. The crew of a nuclear submarine detected multiple high-speed objects moving beneath them, zigzagging through the water column with what was described as intelligent coordination. When divers were deployed in the area days later, they reported unusual sensations. A sense of being watched. Strange lights illuminating the seafloor. One diver claimed to have seen a glowing sphere dart past him in the dark. He lost consciousness shortly after and was never able to clearly recall the event. The Russians gave these objects a name, USO, Unidentified Submerged Objects. In Western accounts, they are sometimes called fast movers. But whatever the name, their behavior is consistent. Extreme speed, impossible agility, and a total disregard for human detection or comprehension. Skeptics argue that these sonar readings could be false returns, whales perhaps, or thermal anomalies. But sonar operators, especially military ones, are trained to distinguish between natural noise and artificial movement. They know the difference between a whale song and the acoustic signature of something with mass, direction, and intent. And in many of these reports, there is a distinct element of intelligence. The objects move with purpose. They change course. They evade. Sometimes they double back, as if they are aware. One particularly disturbing account comes from the USS Hampton, a fast attack submarine assigned to the Pacific Fleet. In 1997, while operating near the Mariana Trench, sonar operators aboard the Hampton detected a fast-moving object approaching from the trench's abyssal zone. At first, it seemed like a false positive, but then the contact reappeared. Then again, and again. Each time, it moved closer, but never breached the range for visual confirmation. The sonar returns were erratic, but real. Acoustic triangulation placed the object moving vertically through the water column at over 300 knots. Then, just as suddenly, the contact vanished. Later analysis suggested the object descended into the trench itself, to a depth beyond what any known man-made vehicle could survive. And yet, nothing else was ever found. The incident was never publicly acknowledged. But unofficially, crew members have spoken of a dark month aboard the vessel. Equipment malfunctions, disruptions in communications. One sailor claimed the entire electrical system was overwhelmed by a surge no one could trace. These accounts, scattered as they are, paint a picture not of isolated events, but of a pattern. Something is moving through our oceans with speed and power beyond our comprehension. But if it were only military accounts, perhaps the mystery could be contained, dismissed, buried in bureaucratic silence. But there are civilians too. In 2003, a research vessel operating off the coast of Puerto Rico detected an anomaly beneath them while conducting deep sonar mapping. The object was metallic, large, and perfectly spherical. It hovered at 2,000 feet. Then, over the course of just 6 seconds, it ascended and vanished. The event was logged, shared with NOAA, and quietly filed away. But it left the research team shaken. One of the marine biologists on board later recounted that he felt like they were the ones being scanned. And there are visual sightings as well. Fishermen, deep-sea divers, even satellite imaging analysts have reported strange shapes just beneath the surface. In some cases, a metallic flash. In others, a dark silhouette moving faster than a whale could swim, faster than a submarine could track. In 2019, footage emerged from a US Navy ship, this time above the water. It showed an object, triangular and reflective, hovering in the sky, before descending into the ocean without a splash. The video sparked renewed interest in the idea of transmedium craft, objects not limited to air or sea, but traveling between them with ease, and then vanishing. Some believe these craft are drones, the product of secret military programs. But the physics don't add up. The pressure differential alone between air and deep water is enough to crush most known materials. Seamlessly transitioning between those environments without disruption. It's not just difficult, it borders on the impossible. Others look to more exotic explanations. Extraterrestrial technology, interdimensional phenomena, experimental physics beyond our current models. But for the people who have witnessed these events, who have seen the sonar screens light up with something unexplainable, who have heard the hum in the water, or watched a shape vanish beneath the waves, these aren't just theories. They are realities they cannot forget. The ocean is vast, dark, unmapped. We have explored only a fraction of its depths, and as we push further, listen longer, search deeper, what else might we find? Could there be machines, not ours, navigating our seas with ease? Could there be technologies far older, far stranger, moving through the deep unnoticed? Or are we simply seeing reflections, echoes, misinterpretations of a world we still don't understand? One thing is certain, sonar doesn't lie, and water doesn't forget. The ocean records everything, movement, sound, disruption, and again it whispers to those listening closely. Something is down there. It comes close, it watches, and then it leaves, without a trace, without a sound, just a momentary ripple on a sonar screen, and a question that never quite fades. What are the fast movers, and who or what is guiding them? Not every light in the sky disappears into space. Some slip beneath the waves, and when they do, they enter a world where mystery reigns and truth lies silent in the deep. Story 6. Operation Ivy Bells, wiretapping the deep. Of all the secrets the sea has swallowed, few are as quietly unsettling as the ones that don't involve wreckage, disappearance, or catastrophe, but instead the quiet, invisible presence of ears where none should be. In the vast blue stillness between continents, below sonar range and beyond satellite reach, there are cables, long, coiled arteries of communication stretched across the seafloor. Cables that hum with data, whispers, and orders, not broadcast into the air, but piped directly beneath the waves. And during the Cold War, a war of shadows, those cables carried more than conversation. They carried strategy, vulnerability, truth. And it was along one such cable, in the depths of the Sea of Okhotsk, that the United States found a way to listen. Not from the sky, not from a spy plane, but from the bottom of the ocean. This is the story of Operation Ivy Bells. It didn't begin with a grand plan or a daring raid. It began with a question, one that seemed almost absurd at the time. What if we could tap into a Soviet undersea cable without them ever knowing? The logic was seductive in its simplicity. If the USSR was transmitting naval communications via underwater cable, shielded from interception by line-of-sight radio, then that was their Achilles heel, a place they thought safe, a blind spot in their awareness. And to the CIA and the US Navy, that kind of blind spot was too tempting to ignore. But the Sea of Okhotsk wasn't just any body of water. To the Soviets, it was a sanctuary. Surrounded on three sides by the Russian mainland and sealed to the south by the Kuril Islands, the Sea of Okhotsk was their private domain, both militarily and symbolically. A closed sea, they called it. Strategically vital, patrol-heavy, heavily monitored. Entry by foreign vessels was forbidden under Soviet doctrine, and any breach would be met with force. And yet, somewhere beneath its icy swells and mist-shrouded cliffs, the US decided to trespass. The mission was risky, not just diplomatically, but logistically. Navigating into hostile waters undetected was already a formidable task. But to descend to the ocean floor, locate a specific cable, and plant a device on it, all without discovery, was something else entirely. It required a submarine capable of extraordinary stealth, and a crew prepared to enter one of the most surveilled seas on Earth. Enter the USS Halibut. Originally designed as a nuclear-powered missile submarine, the Halibut had been quietly repurposed for deep-sea intelligence. Outwardly unassuming, internally transformed. She was fitted with cameras, sonar systems, remotely operated arms, and even a chamber for divers. A spy sub in all but name, one built for secret missions in deep water. In the early 1970s, under the highest classification, the Halibut began her approach. Night submerged her. Silence wrapped her. And with every mile she crept toward Soviet waters, the tension deepened. The crew of the Halibut were not told everything, only fragments. Enough to complete their roles, but not enough to see the full picture. This was not unusual. Compartmentalization was standard in the intelligence community, but it added a sense of the unknown, even for those tasked with executing the mission. Somewhere along the seabed lay a Soviet communications cable, connecting a naval base on the Kamchatka Peninsula to facilities on the Russian mainland. If tapped, it would offer unprecedented access to Soviet naval operations. But locating the cable was like searching for a thread in a haystack. The seabed, of course, held no signs, no markers, no beacons, only silt and sediment. But US intelligence, through satellite imagery and decryption of intercepted transmissions, had narrowed the probable location. Enough to make the attempt. Using remote equipment and sensors, the Halibut traced the contour of the ocean floor, searching for anything unnatural. And then they found it. A cable, thick, armored, and half buried in sediment. It ran along a trench, gently curving with the contours of the seabed. And though its presence was silent, the implications were deafening. This was it. But tapping a cable wasn't as simple as clipping into a wire. The risk was enormous. A poorly installed device could trigger a signal anomaly, alerting the Soviets. Worse still, disturbing the cable physically could interrupt service and reveal the breach. The tap needed to be non-invasive, undetectable, capable of siphoning data without interfering. The NSA, working in tandem with the Navy, had already developed the solution, a wiretap codenamed the Pod. About the size of a large briefcase, the pod was designed to clamp gently around the cable, forming a sheath rather than a cut. Inside were magnetic induction coils, capable of detecting the signals traveling through the cable without making direct contact. Like listening to a heartbeat through a stethoscope pressed against a chest. Divers in pressurized suits descended. It was pitch black at that depth. Visibility near zero, the cold biting even through thermal insulation. But the mission demanded precision. They installed the pod, secured it, checked the seals, and left. Then they waited. Back on dry land, the NSA began to receive the recordings. Signals filtered through the pod were stored on internal tape, physically retrieved during each mission and flown to intelligence facilities for analysis. What they heard astonished them. This was no coded data stream, no encrypted digital traffic. It was analog, voice calls, unguarded. Soviet commanders, thinking their undersea cables were secure, had spoken openly. Naval orders, submarine movements, internal assessments of US capabilities, even personal conversations, jokes, gossip, offhand remarks. It was a mother lode of intelligence, the kind of raw, unfiltered access that spies dreamed of. The operation was such a success that it was repeated, again and again. Each time, a US submarine would stealthily enter Soviet waters, locate the tap, retrieve the tapes, and ensure the pod was still operational. Then exit. The data was processed under the tightest secrecy. Analysts passed voices, identified speakers, tracked patterns. The value of the intelligence was immense. But over time, the mission evolved. The original pod was upgraded. The next generation was larger, more complex, and included long-life batteries and multi-channel recording capabilities. Eventually, the tap was equipped with remote acoustic communication, so tapes didn't need to be retrieved manually. The submarine could simply ping the device and receive data bursts through encoded sound. What had started as a daring infiltration became routine, a hidden lifeline of intelligence humming silently at the bottom of a foreign sea. But then, something changed. The tapes began to pick up strange distortions, not interference, voices, but not in Russian, not in any known language. At first, analysts thought it was a fault in the equipment, a magnetic anomaly perhaps, or bleed over from a nearby cable. But the recordings were consistent. Whenever the pod was pinged, during specific lunar phases, especially near the equinox, the transmissions included strange murmurs. Software fragmented, unnatural. Some described them as mechanical, others as whispering. Spectrograms showed patterns, but no known structure. Phonemes that resembled no spoken dialect. Not Morse, not marine life, not geological tremor. Theories surfaced, quietly, within secure walls. Was it some new form of Soviet encryption? A decoy? An audio mine meant to scramble eavesdropping equipment? But the Soviets, as far as anyone knew, had no idea the cable was compromised. Their own maintenance logs showed no interruptions, no anomalies. And yet, the sounds continued. Then came the strangest tape of all. A section recorded in winter, under heavy sea ice. The pod's sensors registered faint vibrations, followed by a low-frequency hum. Not like machinery, but almost vocal, a warble, then silence, and then one phrase, clear, perfectly enunciated, in English. Who's listening? It was heard only once, never repeated, and yet every analyst who heard it swore the same thing. The voice was female, human, but no female voice had ever been detected on the line. The Soviet naval traffic was entirely male at the time. Was it a leak from another cable, a technical glitch, or was something else using the cable? There were whispers in the back rooms of Langley, half jokes really. That something down there was aware of the tap. Not Soviet, not American, something older. Ridiculous, of course, except one of the last missions to the site, just before the operation was terminated, recorded an anomaly on approach. The submarine's passive sonar picked up movement, not a vessel, a pulse, faint but massive in scale, as if something large had moved just beyond range. The crew dismissed it as a seismic shift, but the divers who descended that day reported something unusual. The pod was damaged, not removed, not tampered with, just dented, as if struck by immense pressure. But there were no tectonic tremors that day, no fishing trawlers, no activity of any kind on the surface, just the dent and the silence. Shortly after, the Soviets discovered the tap. How remains unclear. Some say a diver spotted it during routine maintenance. Others claim they picked up a faint signal from the acoustic link. Regardless, the operation was blown. The pod was recovered and publicly displayed by the Soviets, a propaganda victory. They accused the US of espionage, a claim the Pentagon denied. The mission was disavowed, but the intelligence had already been harvested, and the real mystery remained unspoken. Because among the analysts, there were those who believed the most valuable thing captured by the Ivy Bell's wiretap wasn't a Soviet command. It was something else entirely. A voice not meant for ears, a signal not of war, but of presence. And when the cable fell silent, some were relieved, because whatever had spoken that night had heard them back. Operation Ivy Bells officially ended in the early 1980s. The tap was gone. The sea, once again, held its silence. But to this day, some of the tapes remain classified, not because of national security, but because no one can explain them. There are whispers that a few seconds of the voice were replayed during a secure intelligence briefing, and that half the room refused to hear it again. Not because it was terrifying, but because it sounded familiar, like something they couldn't place, like a memory that didn't belong to them. The sea is not empty. It has layers, currents of time and sound and memory. And sometimes, when we press our ear to it, when we listen too deeply, we hear not just what lies beneath, but what was never meant to rise. Operation Ivy Bells was a triumph of espionage, a feat of engineering, a moment of Cold War brilliance. But buried within its recordings may be something far older, not Soviet, not American, just watching. And maybe, for one brief moment, when our wire brushed the seabed of an ancient sea, it whispered back and asked us, who's listening now? Story 7. The Chinese Type 093 submarine incident. From the silent wires of the Pacific floor to the ghostly recordings left behind by a forgotten tap, we now surface into more recent waters and deeper, murkier silence. There is a phrase whispered in defense briefings and back-channel discussions. A phrase that's equal parts rumor and revelation. The ocean doesn't need to roar to kill. In the summer of 2023, that phrase returned with chilling relevance. Not in the pages of a Cold War file, not in a declassified dispatch or a yellowed ship log, but in the quiet void left by a vessel that was never meant to disappear. This is the story of the Chinese Type 093 submarine incident. A tragedy denied, a death unconfirmed, a silence that grows heavier with every passing day. It begins not with sonar or a rescue call, but with an absence, an anomaly, a stillness where there should have been motion. In the contested waters of the Yellow Sea, late one night in August, a listening post flagged something strange. A shift in ambient current pressure, an abrupt drop in undersea acoustic signatures, and then a flat line. For a few hours, it meant nothing. But then hours turned to days, and soon a name emerged in defense circles, 093-417, a Chinese Type 093 Shang-class nuclear attack submarine. Missing, presumed lost, but never acknowledged. The Type 093 class is one of China's most modern and formidable undersea assets, designed for stealth, speed, lethality. These submarines are nuclear-powered, capable of weeks, if not months, of submerged operation. They operate under near-total silence, invisible to the world above. But in this case, silence was not a weapon. It was the first warning. Unofficial reports began to leak across military forums and shadowed diplomatic channels that a Chinese submarine had suffered a catastrophic failure, that 55 sailors aboard were lost, that it had occurred during a routine patrol, and that the wreckage was lying somewhere on the seafloor, undisclosed, unmourned. The Chinese government denied everything. There had been no incident, no failure, no loss. But silence has a sound of its own. Naval observers noticed a sudden spike in Chinese activity around the Yellow Sea. Not aggressive, but strangely focused. Hydroacoustic buoys were deployed en masse. Survey ships crisscrossed a seemingly unimportant quadrant. Some called it routine mapping. Others called it a recovery. Satellite imagery showed nothing conclusive. No oil slick, no debris. But in the naval world, absence is often the clearest sign. And this was a void. The Type 093 Shang-class submarines are engineered to be nearly undetectable. Their sound profiles are dampened, their movements obscured, which makes them the perfect weapon in a theater like the South China Sea, a region defined by uncertainty and brinkmanship. But this incident didn't occur in the warm tropical waters of the Spratly Islands. It happened in the Yellow Sea, a much shallower, more enclosed basin bordered by North Korea, China, and South Korea. A place saturated with sonar, monitored by dozens of listening posts. And yet, no one saw it happen. No one heard the rupture. No ping, no call, no emergency ascent. Just a silence that settled like a fog. So what could have happened aboard 093-417? Theories multiplied like bubbles in a crush zone. Some technical, some political, some stranger. The most plausible explanation is also the most chilling. A failure in the submarine's oxygen generation system. Modern submarines use an array of methods to sustain breathable air. Electrolysis systems to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, CO2 scrubbers to remove carbon dioxide, and emergency oxygen candles in the event of a power failure. But these systems are delicate and deadly when they malfunction. If the oxygen system failed and the backup systems didn't deploy correctly, hypoxia would have followed. The crew would have grown disoriented, drowsy, then unconscious, then silent. Reports suggest this may have occurred during a routine passage through a Chinese naval minefield, a security measure designed to guard sensitive maritime zones from foreign incursion. The crew, potentially already incapacitated by a systems failure, may have drifted into a forbidden area, one where the submarine's IFF, identification friend or foe, system had shut down, and the mines didn't recognize their own. It's a theory shared quietly by defense analysts in the UK, Taiwan, and South Korea, each one pointing to a chain of failure, a cascading collapse of engineering and human decision. But again, no confirmation. China's defense ministry maintains that all submarines are accounted for. No accidents, no deaths. The problem is, 093-417 hasn't been seen since. Its patrol schedule has been redacted, its sister vessels rerouted, and most telling of all, a state funeral was held weeks later for a high-ranking naval engineer. No cause of death was disclosed, but photos from the event showed a full military procession, a rare display for a man whose name never made the news. Was he aboard? Was he responsible? Or was he silenced? Then came the whispers, always anonymous, always unattributed, that the crew had sent out a final message, encrypted and deeply strange. A Western analyst, speaking off the record, claimed that the burst contained no technical report, no mayday, just a single word, repeated 6 times. Blue, then static. To this day, no one has publicly verified the existence of that transmission. But within a week of the supposed signal, Chinese salvage vessels were seen sweeping a 100 square mile sector of the Yellow Sea. Drones, ROVs, buoy drops, no media coverage, no alerts. Just a ballet of quiet urgency. If there was a wreck, it was retrieved. If there were bodies, they were buried at sea. If there was data, it will never be shared. The ocean, after all, has no obligation to confess. But even in silence, questions remain. How does a modern nuclear submarine vanish in one of the most heavily monitored regions on Earth? How does a country maintain complete silence, not just from the public, but from its own sailors? And more curiously, what was that final message? Why blue? Some say it was a systems code, a failure message tied to air scrubbers or a reactor core temperature spike. Others see it as something more primal, an emotional broadcast, a word chosen by a dying crew, the color of their uniforms, the color of the sea, the color of the light before it goes out. And then there are the outliers, the ones who reach beyond failure reports and salvage logs. They remind us that this isn't the first time a submarine has vanished mysteriously in these waters. In 2003, a Chinese Ming-class sub, number 361, suffered a fatal accident that killed all 70 men aboard. The cause, according to China, was mechanical, but insiders claimed the crew was found still seated at their stations, frozen, silent. Not a single one had moved to escape, like they never knew it was happening. And there is a story of another transmission, a faint ping detected by a civilian hydrophone in the East China Sea. Not Morse, not code, just a pulse, like a sonar call, but organic. It lasted 19 seconds, and then was never heard again. Some believe it was unrelated. Others connect it to a pattern. There are those who believe that something else inhabits these seas, not a vessel, but a presence, something that doesn't just hear the world above. It responds, and sometimes, perhaps, it intercepts. China's refusal to acknowledge the 093-417 incident may be strategic, a political maneuver to avoid embarrassment, to maintain military parity. But it may also be fear of a truth they don't understand or can't admit. Submarine disasters are not rare. From the Kursk to the Thresher, the Scorpion to the Dakar, steel tombs litter the seafloor, monuments to silence. But usually, There is a search, a memorial, a recognition. In this case, there is nothing. Not a word, not a name, not a wreck. Only silence. And a single, chilling message. Blue. As if the sea itself chose to reclaim its secret. As if the final log entry wasn't written in ink or typed on a screen, but whispered in the dark and drowned beneath the waves. Story 8. The Soviet submarine K-219. The sea remembers. It holds everything that has ever fallen into it. Not always where we left it, and rarely in the condition we last saw it. But it remembers. A memory etched not in words, but in pressure, in salt, in silence. And some memories, the ocean clutches a little tighter than others. Tighter, perhaps, because they were nearly its undoing. Our last story brought us into the shadows of a Chinese nuclear submarine. An entire crew, gone. No wreck, no confirmation, only whispers in the dark. One final word, blue. It was as if the ocean had reclaimed them completely, sealing away the truth in a depth no light can reach. But not all submarine tragedies end in total erasure. Some leave behind survivors. And sometimes, those survivors carry stories even more haunting than any wreck could ever suggest. In the fall of 1986, off the cold, open waters of the North Atlantic, a Soviet nuclear submarine was dying. It was October. The air had turned brittle over the sea lanes, the kind of chill that settles into steel and bone alike. Out past the edge of Bermuda, in waters thick with Cold War paranoia, Soviet submarine K-219 patrolled in silence. A hotel-class ballistic missile sub designed for one purpose, to launch nuclear warheads at the United States in the event of war. A floating Armageddon gliding through the Atlantic with the quiet menace of an unseen hand on a trigger. K-219 was armed with 16 nuclear missiles, each in its own vertical tube. The crew was trained, drilled, and watched. They knew the stakes. They also knew the systems were aging, held together with grease and protocol. And they knew about missile tube number 6. It had always been the troubled one. Leaks, pressure issues, a warped seal that never sat quite right. The crew had flagged it multiple times. There were concerns about seawater intrusion, about chemical instability, but their job wasn't to question. Their job was to patrol. The tubes remained loaded, sealed, ready. On October 3rd, at roughly 5:30 a.m., something changed. Without warning, Tube 6 filled with seawater. In an instant, a volatile reaction began between the seawater and the missile fuel. Nitric acid and other chemicals designed to burn with controlled violence. But water doesn't care about control. The reaction was fast, corrosive, and irreversible. Then came the explosion. A thundering blast rocked the forward section of the submarine. Metal buckled. Compartments flooded. K-219 began to die. At first, it was chaos. Lights failed. Alarms screamed. The sub pitched. Water poured through ruptured seals. But in the midst of that chaos, a kind of grim order took hold. This wasn't the first Soviet submarine to suffer a disaster. The protocols were known. Isolate the damage, contain the pressure, surface if possible, protect the missiles. Captain Igor Britanov gave the order. Emergency blow. The submarine surged upward, trailing plumes of bubbles and silence. When it breached the surface, the Atlantic air hit like a slap. Cold, wide, watching. But the danger was not over. The missile compartment was still burning. The explosion had not triggered a nuclear detonation. The warheads remained intact, but toxic gases now seeped through the boat, a lethal mix of oxidizers and vaporized fuel. 3 sailors, Kishkinev, Orlov, and Shirokov, were sent to seal the compartment. They knew it was a death sentence. They went anyway. What happened next was slow. The sub stayed afloat. The Soviets scrambled to decide their next move. Back in Moscow, a storm of silence formed. Admitting a nuclear accident so close to American shores would be a diplomatic catastrophe. But letting the sub sink, with its warheads and reactor, was unthinkable. And all the while, the crew waited. On the surface, K219 was a wounded Leviathan. Smoke curled from its sail. Seawater sloshed through its ruptured compartments. The American Navy arrived, silently circling. The USS Augusta was already tracking them. Eyes met across the waves. There were no open threats, just proximity, a mutual awareness. Both sides knew that whatever happened next could tilt the world. Then, the reactor began to fail. Seawater had reached the control systems. The temperature climbed. The automatic safety protocols were failing. A runaway reaction was now possible. The very thing every submarine reactor operator trains to prevent. Lieutenant Andrei Belikov, a reactor specialist barely in his 20s, volunteered to enter the reactor chamber. He wasn't ordered. He wasn't asked. He simply went. For hours, he labored in radioactive heat, manually inserting control rods, adjusting flow valves, bleeding pressure from systems not meant to be touched by hand. His skin blistered, his eyes reddened, but he bought the crew time. The reactor stabilized. He would die weeks later in a Moscow hospital. Back on the surface, K219 was listing. The damage to the forward hull had compromised its ability to stay buoyant. It was only a matter of time. The order came to abandon ship. One by one, the crew evacuated into the frigid Atlantic. Not all made it. Some died from exposure, others from injuries sustained during the explosion. But more than 100 sailors survived. Picked up by nearby Soviet vessels, their faces pale, their eyes fixed on the water where their ship, their world, slowly slipped beneath the waves. K219 sank to a depth of nearly 18,000 feet. Its 34 nuclear warheads still on board, alongside its dead. And yet, the story wasn't over. From the beginning, the official Soviet account insisted it was an accident, a technical malfunction, water intrusion, poor sealing. The fault lay with faulty equipment, not with procedures, not with leadership. But the whispers began almost immediately. Some crew members, quietly, cautiously, suggested a darker theory, that the explosion in Tube 6 wasn't entirely natural, that it wasn't just seawater and nitric acid, that something else happened, something deliberate. According to one theory, the K219 was being shadowed by the USS Augusta, a fast-attack American sub designed to intercept and track Soviet boomers. There were reports, unconfirmed, denied, that Augusta may have collided with K219 days earlier, damaging Tube 6 in the process. The theory suggested that pressure damage from that collision had weakened the missile hatch, and when the crew attempted to equalize or vent the chamber, the damage triggered a catastrophic leak. The United States, of course, denied all involvement, no collision, no engagement, nothing but routine monitoring. But some survivors held fast to the idea. They spoke of sonar contacts, of evasive maneuvers, of brief, unexplained impacts days before the explosion. If true, the implications were staggering. A NATO submarine, operating off the east coast of the US, may have initiated the sequence that led to a nuclear near-disaster. Or was this Cold War paranoia? A convenient scapegoat for a Soviet failure? the kind of myth that arises when trauma outpaces comprehension. Still others have focused on the design of the missile tubes themselves. K219 was a Hotel II class, an older design, and its launch tubes had long been considered vulnerable to failure. The sealing mechanisms, especially when corroded by salt and time, were susceptible to stress. The fact that Tube 6 had a known history of issues made it both a likely failure point and a deeply suspicious one. Why was it never repaired? Why were the warnings ignored? And why was such a compromised tube still carrying a live nuclear warhead? Some accounts point to a bureaucratic culture within the Soviet Navy that discouraged dissent. Officers who raised concerns were often seen as disruptive. Maintenance delays were common, spare parts were rare, and the pressure to maintain an illusion of readiness, especially on ballistic missile subs, was immense. Then there's the matter of the timeline. Multiple logs from the day of the explosion show inconsistencies. The time of the blast, the initial crew response, the decision to surface, even the duration of reactor containment efforts. Some speculate this was intentional obfuscation, a way to confuse NATO intelligence. Others see it as evidence of internal disagreement. Was the sub already in distress hours before the explosion? Were early signs ignored? And then there's the final log entry, written by an anonymous crewman in the minutes before evacuation. The handwriting is shaky, smudged by water. It reads, "She fought until the end. We sealed what we could. If she breaks again, let the sea keep it." A quiet epitaph. After the sinking, the Soviets launched a recovery operation, but the wreck was too deep. Unlike the later Komsomolets recovery effort, no major salvage attempt was made for K219. The sub remains at the bottom of the Atlantic, slowly rusting, its warheads encased in pressure and salt. The US Navy, meanwhile, closely monitored the wreck. There were concerns about radioactive leakage, about the possibility of foreign powers attempting to recover the warheads. A Cold War chessboard that extended to the seafloor. Decades later, satellite surveys and submersible expeditions have passed over the K219 site. It is largely intact. The missile compartment visible. The bow section crumpled and torn. The warheads have not been recovered. They remain there still, alongside the unanswered questions. Why did Tube 6 fail? Was there a collision? Why did the crew risk their lives to seal compartments that were already lost? Why did Belikov walk into a melting reactor alone? These aren't just technical questions, they're human ones. About duty, about sacrifice, about a crew that faced the abyss and chose to fight anyway. The story of K219 is not one of clean answers. It is a story of warning, of how fragile our safeguards really are, of how quickly technology, policy, and human error can align into catastrophe. And it is a story of silence. Because even today, most of what happened aboard K219 is still classified. The logs, the transcripts, the communications with Moscow. The families of the fallen received medals, but little else. Their sons and husbands became entries in a sealed file, names etched onto plaques, ghosts in steel. For those who survived, the memories are heavier than the sea. In interviews years later, former crewmen spoke of dreams they couldn't wake from, of voices in water, of the way the hull sounded when it broke. One sailor, when asked what he remembered most, didn't mention the explosion or the fire or the cold. He simply said, the silence, after. It was like the sea was listening. Maybe it was. Maybe it still is. Because the ocean remembers. And some stories, no matter how deep they sink, don't stay buried forever. Story 9. The USS Thresher, crushed in the depths. From the haunted silence of K219, where a Soviet crew fought to contain the impossible and the sea swallowed the rest, we now descend deeper into the abyss of another tragedy. But this one wasn't the result of an explosion. There was no fire, no visible enemy, no collision. And yet, the submarine was lost all the same. No one survived. No final messages were ever heard, only a sound. A low-frequency echo picked up by sonar. And then, nothing. This is the story of the USS Thresher, a submarine once hailed as the future of naval warfare. Faster, quieter, deadlier. But beneath its gleaming promise lay untested systems, hidden weaknesses, and a fate that would play out in the cold, crushing depths of the Atlantic. What exactly happened during that sea trial in 1963? Was it a tragic chain of mechanical failures, a flaw in design, or something more secretive, more deliberate? And why, after all these decades, do some of the details still remain locked away? The USS Thresher was not just another submarine. She was the lead ship of a new class, a prototype, the first of her kind. Commissioned in August 1961, the Thresher was built to hunt and destroy Soviet submarines during the height of the Cold War. Her mission was simple: detect before being detected, strike before being struck. To achieve that, she was outfitted with the most advanced sonar and weapons systems of her time. Her hull was streamlined, her reactor powerful. Her ability to dive deep far exceeded the capabilities of previous models. She was a marvel of modern engineering. But she was also an experiment built with confidence and tested under pressure. The Thresher was constructed at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard in Maine. She measured over 278 feet long and displaced more than 3,500 tons submerged. Her nuclear propulsion system allowed for virtually unlimited range. She could remain underwater for months, and her design pushed the limits of submergence. For all intents and purposes, she was state-of-the-art. But the Cold War was a time of urgency. The Soviet Navy was growing. American military planners feared a gap in undersea warfare. The pressure to deploy new submarines was immense. And so, systems were rushed, tests were shortened, assumptions were made. The USS Thresher underwent initial sea trials in 1961. Minor issues were found, as expected for a new class. She returned to port for post-shakedown maintenance and upgrades. Then, in April 1963, she was scheduled for a final round of deep dive testing, a routine procedure, a controlled exercise. What happened next would become the worst submarine disaster in American history. April 9th, 1963. The USS Thresher departed Portsmouth with a crew of 129 aboard. This included 112 Navy officers and enlisted men, as well as 17 civilians from shipbuilders and contractors. She was to rendezvous with the USS Skylark, a surface vessel assigned to monitor her test dive. The plan was clear: dive to test depth, simulate operational conditions, and surface. The morning of April 10th was calm, cold, overcast. The Atlantic shimmered under pale spring light. On board the Skylark, sonar operators monitored the Thresher as she began her descent. Everything seemed normal, until it wasn't. At 9:13 a.m., the Skylark received a garbled communication. Experiencing minor difficulty. Have positive up angle. Attempting to blow. Then silence. The submarine never resurfaced. Immediately, search efforts were launched. Planes and ships scoured the area northeast of Cape Cod. For days, there was hope. Maybe she was trapped. Maybe communication was cut. Maybe she'd limped back under emergency power. But then came the sound. Sonar picked up a series of low, heavy reverberations. Analysts described it as the implosion of a pressure hull. Over a span of milliseconds, the Thresher had been crushed by the weight of the ocean. It had descended past its design limits, and the sea had folded it inward. Over the following months, remote-operated vehicles and deep-diving submersibles were deployed. They found the wreckage scattered across the seafloor, over 8,400 feet below the surface. There was no intact hull, only twisted metal. The Thresher had broken into hundreds of pieces. No bodies were ever recovered. What caused the implosion? Official reports pointed to a failure in the submarine's seawater piping system. Specifically, a silver-brazed joint had likely burst. This would have caused flooding in the engine room. In theory, the crew should have been able to stop the flooding in surface, but evidence suggests multiple systems failed simultaneously. The main ballast tanks, which could have helped raise the sub, did not blow quickly enough. Ice formed in the high-pressure airlines, clogging them. The reactor likely scrammed, shutting down automatically at the first sign of trouble. With propulsion lost, the Thresher began to sink. The crew fought to regain control, but the deeper she went, the faster she fell. And then, the pressure became too much. The hull collapsed inward at over 2,000 pounds per square inch. It was instantaneous. But for years, that explanation didn't satisfy everyone. There were gaps in the data, missing transcripts, restricted files, and rumors. Rumors that Thresher's test was more than routine, that she may have been pushed beyond her limits, that she was observing or being observed. Some speculated that Soviet submarines were in the vicinity, monitoring the test. Others pointed to the presence of 17 civilian contractors on board. What were they testing? Why were they on a dive so deep and dangerous? Declassified documents later revealed something called SubSafe. This was a Navy program created directly because of the Thresher disaster. Its goal, ensure that all submarines built and maintained afterward would follow strict safety protocols. SubSafe addressed the flaws in piping systems, emergency blow mechanisms, and compartmentalization. The program worked. Since its implementation, no SubSafe certified submarine has been lost at sea. But that raises another question. How did the Thresher make it to sea trials without those safeguards? Who signed off on the systems? Why wasn't ice formation in the air system anticipated? And why, after all this time, does much of the detailed analysis remain buried in Navy archives? Some believe there were other tests happening on board, not mechanical, but acoustic. The Thresher was a pioneer in silent running. She featured noise reduction technologies designed to make her invisible to sonar. Could she have been testing deep silence profiles or sonar evading maneuvers? Could her dive have intersected with secret undersea communication cables? Some even tie her loss to early experiments in undersea surveillance. We know now that in the early 1960s, the US Navy was deploying massive underwater listening systems, arrays of hydrophones designed to track Soviet submarines from thousands of miles away. Was Thresher involved in calibrating or validating these systems? And if so, was she carrying equipment not listed in the official manifest? Her presence near one such array could explain the urgency and the secrecy. Then there are darker theories. Some believe sabotage was involved, that the Thresher was targeted not by enemy forces, but from within. that its experimental systems were known to be unstable, but sent out anyway under pressure from higher up. That certain readings, certain warnings, were ignored. This remains speculation. But what fuels these theories is the way the Navy handled the aftermath. Communications were vague. Families were given little information. Much of the technical data was classified for decades. Even today, not all of it is public. In 2020, under pressure from historians and families, the Navy began declassifying some materials. The documents paint a picture of urgency, of a culture driven to innovate, fast, and of a ship that was, perhaps, not ready. The most chilling element of the Thresher story isn't the implosion, it's the sound. That last transmission. Have positive up angle, attempting to blow. What was said before that? Were there other messages? According to some unofficial reports, sonar picked up what sounded like hull creaking. Not immediately catastrophic, but stressed. And then a rumble. And then nothing. It's easy to think of the Thresher as a failed experiment. But to those aboard, it was a tour of duty. They believed in what they were doing. They trusted their vessel. They were trying to bring her home. And in their loss, they changed the course of submarine safety forever. Memorials to the Thresher stand in Arlington, in Kittery, and in the minds of every submariner who trains today. The name is invoked with reverence, because Thresher became more than a submarine. She became a warning, a reminder of how quickly the sea punishes overconfidence, of how silence can follow seconds of decision, of how every system, every weld, every valve matters. But the mystery remains. Why did she descend beyond her test depth? Why did systems designed to save her fail together? And why, in the years that followed, did so many questions remain unanswered? Maybe the truth is exactly what the reports say. A silver-brazed pipe, a cascade of failures, human limits met by ocean pressure. But maybe there was something else, something not tested, something no one expected. Because in the end, the ocean is not just a location. It's an environment, an entity. It doesn't warn, it doesn't hesitate, it listens. And when the wrong decisions echo down into its depths, it answers. Today, the Thresher still rests in fragments on the seafloor, a shrine of steel and silence. Her story sealed in salt and pressure. No light reaches her. No diver can descend to where she lies. Only machines, only sonar, and the memories of those who knew her. Their names are etched in bronze. Their loss changed everything. But their voices were last heard in static. Their words, hopeful, calm, trying. And then came the silence. Not absence, not void, but the sound of something watching, something vast and cold and final. The Thresher did not go to war. She never fired a torpedo, but she became a monument all the same, a symbol of progress paid in lives, of secrets drowned, of mysteries, still rising in bubbles from the deep. And as with K219, we are left with a story that does not end cleanly. It ends the way so many deep-sea stories do, in silence, in questions, in the place where light cannot reach, where pressure writes its own epitaphs, and where every echo might be the last word of a story we were never meant to hear. Story 10. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. The structure. Subs avoid. From the sunken wreckage of the Thresher, we rise slowly, not toward answers, but toward more shadows. Because if the cold pressure of the deep can erase even the mightiest machines, if silence can swallow every trace of a crew, then what do we make of something that has not been erased? What do we make of something that remains? Still, waiting, impossible to explain, lying not in the depths of the Pacific or Atlantic, but in the cold, dark waters between Sweden and Finland. Our story today begins in the summer of 2011, in the cold, grey waters of the Baltic Sea, a place where forgotten wrecks lie buried beneath centuries of silt, and the sea keeps its secrets well. A team of Swedish divers, part of a private exploration group known as Ocean X, was scanning the seafloor between Sweden and Finland. It was a standard sweep, another long day of sonar readings in search of lost cargo or wreckage from the wars that once scarred these waters. There were no old legends guiding them, no maps marked with warnings, just the routine rhythm of exploration, until something unexpected appeared on the screen. What emerged was not a shipwreck, not a rock formation, not anything that fit comfortably into the known catalogue of seafloor features. It was circular, shockingly so, symmetrical, with harsh right angles and flat planes that seemed to defy the chaos of nature. A shape that looked designed. Almost immediately, the headlines began. Some called it an ancient alien spaceship. Others insisted it was a lost Nazi wonder weapon from the Second World War. But the truth, if there is one, remains far more elusive. This is the story of the Baltic Sea Anomaly, a cold, silent riddle lying 300 feet beneath the surface of a northern sea. A structure that, to this day, has resisted every effort to explain it. And like so many of the ocean's strangest secrets, the more we learn, the stranger it becomes. It began with a sonar scan. The Ocean X team, a private group of Swedish treasure hunters led by Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg, had been scouring the Baltic Sea for shipwrecks and lost cargo. Their previous work had unearthed bottles of vintage champagne and sunken vessels from past wars. It was hard, methodical work, but every now and then, the sonar would return something unexpected, something strange. On June 19th, 2011, they were dragging a side-scan sonar unit across a patch of seafloor roughly 60 nautical miles west of the Swedish coast, when the monitor lit up with an image that stopped them cold. There, resting on the bottom, was a massive formation, roughly 60 meters wide, shaped like a perfect disc, flat on top, steep sides, with a trail stretching out behind it as if it had skidded to a halt across the seabed. To the untrained eye, it looked almost exactly like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. And even to seasoned marine explorers, it didn't look natural. The anomaly rested at a depth of around 90 meters, deep enough that visibility was limited and exploration would be difficult. Still, Lindberg and his team knew they had found something worth investigating. But the initial discovery brought more questions than answers. Sonar images are not photographs. They're abstractions, readings of acoustic echoes translated into visual forms. And this particular reading left plenty of room for speculation. What stood out was the shape, perfectly circular, with what appeared to be right angles, corridors, and a smooth, almost runway-like surface leading to its base. At the top of the disc, the sonar showed a peculiar ridge, like a dome or turret. Around the perimeter were what looked like stair-like features, symmetrical, geometric, and shockingly even. It didn't resemble any known shipwreck, nor did it match any natural rock formations typically seen in the Baltic. More disturbingly, it appeared to be constructed. In the weeks that followed, the Ocean X team went public with their discovery. The response was immediate and polarizing. Media outlets ran with the story, branding it the UFO at the bottom of the Baltic. Some called it a crashed alien spacecraft. Others compared it to Atlantis. Speculation flourished, and the anomaly became an overnight sensation. But while the world speculated, the team prepared to return. They would dive to the site, photograph it, sample it, touch it with their own hands, and perhaps, finally, determine what this object truly was. The return expedition in the summer of 2012 brought with it a combination of wonder and frustration. Descending into the cold Baltic waters, the divers soon encountered the anomaly up close. And what they found was, in some ways, even stranger than what the sonar had suggested. The object was not metal. It wasn't a crashed ship. It wasn't covered in wreckage or debris. Instead, it was composed of a dark, stone-like material, with smooth, curved surfaces that didn't seem to match the surrounding geology. The structure stood nearly 4 meters tall and extended over 60 meters in diameter. Its surface was unusually smooth, almost polished in places, and near its base, the divers observed what appeared to be an entrance, or a hole, leading into a dark void beneath the disk. The trail behind it, initially seen on sonar, was real. A trench stretching over 300 meters across the seabed, as if something massive had slid or crashed into place. Divers also reported odd electrical interference when near the object. Their equipment would stop working. Lights would flicker. Cameras would malfunction. Even satellite phones refused to operate when directly above the site, only to return to normal function once the vessel moved several hundred meters away. Some began to wonder, was the anomaly emitting some kind of electromagnetic field? And if so, why? Samples of the object were retrieved and sent for analysis. What they found was both ordinary and inexplicable. The samples consisted of granite, gneiss, and basalt, common types of rock found in the region. But when examined closely, the basalt appeared to have been subjected to unusually high temperatures. Some researchers claimed it had been melted and re-solidified, not by natural forces, but possibly by heat beyond what the local geology could explain. That alone would be odd, but it wasn't the only anomaly. Surface scans revealed what looked like long, straight lines etched into the object, lines that resembled markings or perhaps symbols. But they were eroded, weathered by centuries of water and silt. Whether they were natural fissures or remnants of something artificial remains unclear. Some parts of the structure were even more confounding. Divers described one section as resembling a staircase, a series of steps carved directly into the side of the formation. Another diver mentioned a formation shaped like a corridor, with straight walls and a flattened floor descending into the interior of the anomaly. All of it felt wrong, like something that didn't belong. Back on the surface, analysis continued, and theories multiplied. Some proposed that the anomaly was the remains of a World War II-era anti-submarine device, perhaps a bunker or turret that had fallen into the sea. But the size and shape didn't match any known wartime structures. Others speculated that it was a glacial deposit, a remnant of the last ice age shaped by retreating glaciers over 10,000 years ago. Geologists supporting this theory pointed out that the Baltic Sea basin was formed during the last glacial period, and that glaciers are capable of transporting massive boulders and depositing them in strange arrangements. But critics of the glacial theory were quick to note the unnatural geometry of the object. Glaciers create erratic, irregular deposits, not perfect circles with right angles. Then came the more outlandish theories. Some insisted the anomaly was a crashed UFO, its electromagnetic interference the product of dormant alien technology. The skid marks behind it were interpreted as evidence of a crash landing, with the object gouging into the seabed as it came to rest. Others proposed it was a remnant of an ancient civilization, a sunken temple, or a long-lost outpost from a forgotten age. The markings were thought to be inscriptions, the steps, an entryway, the interior void, a chamber awaiting rediscovery. And then, there was a theory even stranger still. What if the anomaly wasn't a structure at all, but a machine? A relic from a time before recorded history, buried, forgotten, and perhaps still dormant. If so, what would happen if it were reactivated? These were not the conclusions of scientists, but they were the questions whispered online, in forums, in documentaries, in late-night radio broadcasts. The Baltic Sea Anomaly had become something else. Not just a mystery, but a story, a myth in the making. And yet, as with all great mysteries, the truth remains hidden. Efforts to return to the site have been limited. Harsh weather, limited funding, and the complex logistics of deep-sea exploration have prevented a full-scale excavation. The Ocean X team has made several dives since 2012, but no new evidence has surfaced that can definitively explain what the anomaly is, or isn't. Satellite imagery shows nothing. The object is too deep, too shadowed to be visible from above, and underwater drones have limited ability to maneuver at that depth in the silt-heavy waters of the Baltic. Over time, the fervor has cooled. The world moved on to other enigmas, other strange finds, but the anomaly remains, resting silently beneath the waves, watching, waiting, somewhere between science and legend. But even as interest faded from the headlines, the anomaly itself never changed. It continued to sit, unmoved, undisturbed, beneath the cold, brackish waters of the Baltic Sea. A silent sentinel cloaked in mud and mystery, occasionally revisited, often reimagined, and still entirely unexplained. For those who had seen it in person, the mystery had a weight to it, a physicality. Divers spoke of a strange silence around the object, not just auditory, but atmospheric, as if sound itself dimmed near it, as if the sea in that one specific place was holding its breath. More than a decade has passed since that first sonar image lit up the screen aboard the Ocean X vessel, and still, there is no consensus, no official explanation. No government agency has taken ownership or issued a statement. No museum has classified it. No history book includes it. But perhaps that's what makes it so haunting. In an age where nearly everything is catalogued, digitized, and explained away, the Baltic Sea Anomaly remains untouched by certainty. It defies the algorithm. It shrugs off the spotlight. It just exists. And yet, if one listens closely, the theories have not gone silent. Let's walk through them now, not as answers, but as possibilities, as shadows cast by a shape that still refuses to reveal itself. The glacial theory remains the most mainstream explanation. Some geologists argue that the anomaly is nothing more than a moraine, a mass of rock and sediment deposited by glacial movement. Over time, they say, the ice may have sculpted it into its current shape, polishing and carving as it passed. But this theory struggles under scrutiny. Glaciers are powerful, yes, but they do not create perfectly circular objects with stair-like features and smooth corridors. They do not cut right angles, nor do they leave behind metallic-sounding interference when electronics draw near. And what of the heat marks on the rock samples? Basalt melted by temperatures too high to be explained by natural geothermal activity in the region. What process would have done that beneath the Baltic Sea? Even the trench behind the anomaly, sometimes called a runway or skid mark, resists easy explanation. If this object was deposited by ice, why does it appear to have carved into the seabed as if arriving under its own force? Then there's the architectural hypothesis. Some researchers have likened the formation to megalithic sites like Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge, ancient monuments built with large stones and mysterious purpose. Could the Baltic Sea Anomaly be the remains of a forgotten culture? If so, the implications are profound. This region was once dry land. During the last ice age, sea levels were hundreds of feet lower. The Baltic Basin was a vast, icy tundra, later a fertile landscape dotted with rivers and lakes. Could an ancient civilization have built something here before the waters rose? Perhaps a temple, or a tomb, or something else entirely. The markings observed by divers, the lines etched into the surface, seem deliberate to some. Not random fractures, but inscriptions, patterns, something meant to be seen, meant to be read. But if so, by whom? And for what purpose? Others point to the legend of Doggerland, a lost landmass that once connected Britain to continental Europe, now submerged beneath the North Sea. If Doggerland existed, could there have been others? Other sunken plateaus, other forgotten cultures lost to time and tide. Could the Baltic anomaly be one of their final traces? It is a romantic theory, filled with ancient echoes and the allure of the unknown. But it is not without problems. There is no datable material yet retrieved from the site. No artifacts, no bones. Nothing that screams human habitation. Which brings us to the most speculative and the most unsettling of all the possibilities, the technological hypothesis. Some believe the Baltic Sea Anomaly is not a ruin, not a sculpture, not a rock, but a machine. Not one of human origin, but of something other. The electromagnetic disturbances experienced by divers have fueled this idea. Cameras short-circuiting, radios going silent, GPS cutting out without explanation. It has led some to wonder if the object is still active, still powered in some dormant way. Could it be an ancient craft? A relic of something once airborne, now buried beneath centuries of sediment? The object's resemblance to the Millennium Falcon, a fictional spacecraft, has been widely mocked. But the visual comparison is hard to ignore. Its disc-shaped structure, its symmetrical ridges, its central dome. It looks made. And if it is a craft, then the implications are staggering. That would mean it did not arrive here during the Ice Age. It came later. It crashed. Or landed. And that trail behind it? Not a glacial scrape, but a landing scar. Of course, no credible scientific institution has embraced this theory. It lacks evidence. It lacks support. But so does every other explanation. There is no clear culprit, no consistent narrative, just a disk in the sea. That shouldn't be there. And perhaps that is what makes it so magnetic. The mystery of the Baltic Sea Anomaly isn't just in its shape, but in its refusal to answer. The sea is a natural eraser. It swallows evidence, smudges footprints, silences wreckage. And yet, in this one case, it seems to have preserved something. A structure, an imprint, a question so large that even a full decade of scrutiny hasn't cracked it. One might ask, why hasn't more been done? Why haven't governments or universities launched expeditions to settle the matter once and for all? The answer is complicated. Deep-sea operations are expensive. The Baltic is cold and rough. Visibility is low. And the object rests in waters filled with silt that resettle quickly, obscuring photographs and complicating exploration. There's also the issue of jurisdiction. The anomaly lies in international waters, making large-scale excavation or protection a bureaucratic challenge. And finally, there is the possibility that no one wants to know. Mystery has its own power. A mystery unresolved becomes legend, becomes myth, becomes part of the ocean's ever-growing archive of the unexplained. Perhaps it is better left alone. The divers who have visited the anomaly describe it as deeply unsettling, not in the way that danger unsettles, but in the way that truth sometimes does. As if the object is not just old, but alien to everything around it, out of place, out of time, like it wasn't supposed to be there. And yet, it is. There is something haunting about that. In all likelihood, the Baltic Sea Anomaly is natural. That is the rational view. But even rationality has its gaps, its blind spots. And until someone brings back conclusive evidence, until someone drills into the heart of that strange disk and brings back something we can hold in our hands, we are left with uncertainty, which means we are left with wonder. The ocean does not care for our categories. It does not conform to our expectations. Sometimes it delivers a shipwreck. Sometimes it delivers a fossil. And sometimes it delivers a question. The Baltic Sea Anomaly is one such question. Circular, silent, waiting. Its surface smooth, as if designed. Its origins unknowable. And perhaps that's the point. Some mysteries were never meant to be solved. Some were meant to remind us that the world is deeper, stranger, and far more ancient than we often admit. That beneath the surface, sometimes literally, lies a reminder of just how much we have yet to understand. So if you ever find yourself near the waters of the northern Baltic, pause. Look out across that vast grey sea. And remember, something is down there. Something old. Something silent. Something still unexplained. Story 11. The ghost signals from decommissioned submarines. From the strange sonar returns beneath the Baltic Sea, a place where submarines veer quietly off course to avoid something that looks engineered but speaks no language we know. We now descend into the static-laced silence of radio space. A different kind of mystery awaits us. This one isn't shaped from metal or stone. It isn't found in a trench or lying dormant on the seafloor. It's invisible, weightless, but just as haunting. It comes in pulses, in pings, in signals that shouldn't exist. Not because they are impossible, but because they come from places that should be silent, from submarines that no longer sail, from vessels officially decommissioned, destroyed, or lost. And yet, something still speaks. These are the ghost signals, faint, fragmented radio bursts, shortwave transmissions, sometimes longwave, sometimes sonar echoes. They come from nowhere, or rather, they come from where something once was. And in the stillness of those frequencies, in the static of the deep, they offer a question with no answer. Who is still transmitting? And from where? Our story begins not in the cold grip of the deep, but in the quiet tension of a naval monitoring station, somewhere along the North Atlantic, sometime in the mid-1880s. An operator sits alone at night. The room is dim, awash in the low green glow of screens. All around him, the equipment hums, sonar feeds, radio bands, hydrophone loops. He is not searching for ghosts. He is watching for intrusions. The Cold War is still simmering. Submarines slip silently beneath the ice. Surveillance is constant. And then he hears it. A signal, not a strong one, not a message per se, but a pattern, a loop. The sound crackles faintly through the speaker, a slow, repeating ping, echoing every 12 seconds, just long enough to make one wonder if it's mechanical, or biological, or deliberate. He logs it, marks the coordinates. The location is familiar, a region where the USS Scorpion went missing in 1968. That sub was declared lost, its reactor entombed, its crew buried with the sea. And yet, here is this signal repeating, measured, precise. Other analysts dismiss it. A sonar anomaly, perhaps. Maybe a seamount reflection. Maybe a fishing trawler's equipment echoing oddly through the deep. But the operator doesn't forget. And over the years, others hear it too. Similar pings, familiar frequencies, always in regions where no active submarine is reported to patrol. Always from areas linked to vessels that are supposed to be gone. It begins to happen often enough that NATO assigns a code name to the phenomenon, Echo Drift. Officially, it does not exist. Unofficially, the logs pile up. In 1997, off the coast of the Azores, a Norwegian surveillance ship picks up a shortwave radio transmission, barely a whisper. Morse code, repeating. It matches an old Soviet naval frequency. But there are no Soviet submarines left out there. The Cold War is over. The Soviet Navy has long since been decommissioned and fractured. So what is broadcasting? The message is intercepted, translated, and recorded. It's incomplete. But the few characters that remain readable translate to Reactor Inhibit 3, Maintain Ballast, Command Station Override. To military intelligence, the phrasing sounds authentic, too specific. It echoes the language of onboard naval systems, language once used in Typhoon-class nuclear submarines. But those frequencies were shut down decades ago. And so, a new theory begins to emerge. Could these be echoes? Residual energy? Some kind of acoustic or electromagnetic mirage bouncing endlessly through the depths? It's not impossible. Water is a strange medium. In the right conditions, sound can travel for hundreds, even thousands of miles. A phenomenon called the SOFAR channel, short for sound fixing and ranging. It traps low-frequency sounds in a narrow layer of water, allowing them to glide almost frictionless across vast distances. Perhaps, some theorize, old transmissions became trapped in this acoustic limbo, looping around the globe, resurfacing like long-forgotten radio ghosts. But others disagree, because the signals aren't just repeating, they're changing. In 2003, an expedition tracking underwater drone data in the South China Sea reports a sonar burst unlike any they've encountered. It is sharp and new. The source? An area near where the Chinese submarine 361 suffered a catastrophic failure and sank with all hands aboard that same year. The timing is too close, too precise. The signal does not match any known geological or biological source, and it does not repeat like the echoes before. Instead, it pulses, like a beacon. Then it stops, vanishing just as suddenly as it appeared. The team logs the coordinates, but when they return weeks later to scan the area, there's nothing. No wreckage, no response, and no signal. Some say this is evidence of systems still running, of AI-driven navigation modules still pulsing in the dark, decades after their crew perished. Modern submarines are equipped with fail-safes and autonomous subsystems. Could one of these systems, corrupted by decay and time, still be functioning in some strange, degraded way? Sending out beacons to a command structure that no longer exists? It would explain the randomness, the inconsistency. But there's a problem. Power. Batteries don't last forever, not even military-grade ones. And so, a darker possibility takes hold. That someone else is transmitting. That something else is using those lost locations as cover. In the intelligence world, this theory has a name: the Shadow Protocol. It suggests that unidentified craft, whether advanced drones, enemy prototypes, or something more elusive, are using known submarine graveyards as camouflage. After all, who would look there? If you're hiding in plain sight, what better place to transmit than from a location everyone believes is silent? Some analysts point to the acoustic profiles. These signals, they argue, don't sound aged. They don't sound corrupted. They sound too clean, too modern. In 2011, an American listening post near Guam records a burst on 23.56 megahertz. The source appears to originate from the Philippine Trench, not far from the last known coordinates of the Japanese submarine Bond 52, sunk in 1944. The signal contains no words, just 4 sharp pulses, perfectly spaced, then silence. For 3 days, the pulses return at the same time. Then they stop. A research team is dispatched to investigate. Their findings are inconclusive. No new wreckage is found. No unusual seafloor activity is observed. But the signal returns 2 years later. Same pattern, same frequency. And that's when a chilling discovery is made. The pulses match a declassified Soviet emergency beacon pattern, a type used during submarine distress drills. But not only was that frequency obsolete by the 1980s, it was never publicly documented. How did this signal resurface? And who, or what, was using it? The more these ghost signals are studied, the more difficult they become to dismiss. By the mid-2010s, hydrophone arrays in the Arctic Circle begin picking up what can only be described as song. Not whale song, not seismic, but melodic, mechanical. Some describe it as a distant lullaby. Others call it a dirge, a low, rhythmic tune that rises and falls in harmonic intervals. At first, it's dismissed as equipment interference. Then it's recorded on a second array, then a third, always in winter, always at night, and always near where the Soviet submarine K-129 vanished without explanation in 1968. One recording is played for a retired sonar technician. He listens quietly, then stands and leaves the room. When asked later what he heard, he replies only, "It was a contact code. The kind we used to send to friendly subs in the blind. Just a short melody, to let them know we were nearby." But the K-129 is gone, and every other sub in that class was scuttled or dismantled. So who was sending the melody? As the years pass, more theories emerge. Some say we are witnessing an acoustic illusion, sound caught in loops of geography, bouncing and echoing between underwater ridges, giving the illusion of new transmissions. Others suggest it's a natural phenomenon, an auditory trick caused by thermal layers, ocean currents, and electromagnetic interference. But even these theories have gaps, because the signals change, adapt, they fade, disappear, and return again. And in at least one case, they respond. In 2017, an experimental deep-sea probe operated by a European research team transmits a low-frequency sonar ping while scanning the wreck of the INS Dakar. Minutes later, it receives a reply. 3 clicks, precisely timed. The probe pings again. Silence. Then a single, rising tone. And then nothing. The area is searched. There are no ships, no drones, no biological activity that can explain the response. The only thing nearby is the wreck itself, lying still, unmoved since the 1960s. No known technology on board is capable of response, and yet it answered. The team documents the event, submits the report, and moves on. But they change their protocol. No more pings near known wrecks. Too many echoes, too many variables, too many things out there that might still be listening. Eventually, the ghost signals begin to fade from headlines. Attention shifts, technology improves, and the oceans grow louder with commercial traffic, mining probes, and expanding naval presence. But the silence remains in certain places, out past the continental shelf, beneath the polar ice, in the trenches where light does not reach. Signals still come. They are rare now, but no less strange. A burst in 2021 mimics the distress call of the USS Greyback, a Morse-coded string that repeats the sub's designation, followed by the number 81. USS Greyback was sunk in 1944. Her coordinates were only corrected in 2019 after a decades-long clerical error misplaced her on naval charts. When the message is received, it is triangulated. It originates within 2 miles of the corrected wreck site, but no vessel was present, and the transmission lasted only 13 seconds. 81, the number of crew lost with the sub. Coincidence? Or something more? We do not know. What we do know is this: the ocean forgets nothing. And sometimes it remembers, not in ways we understand, not through facts or witness accounts, but in whispers, in static, in the gentle mechanical song of something that should no longer be able to speak. Maybe the signals are mechanical flukes. Maybe they are echoes. Maybe they're the last remnants of dead systems, powered by failing circuits and ghost logic. Or maybe the sea is not so empty. Maybe the machines we built to vanish beneath the waves never stopped working. Maybe they wait, half awake, calling out to a command center that no longer exists, hoping for orders that will never come. And in doing so, they become something else. Something we didn't intend. Something we can't quite understand. Ghosts, not of men, but of machines. And just maybe, of something more. Because every time we think we've heard the last of them, they call again. From beneath the Arctic ice, from the dark of the Philippine Trench, from the graveyard coordinates of long-dead steel. They call, and we listen, even if we don't always understand what they're trying to say. Because some mysteries are meant to be solved, and others, they are meant to be heard. Echoes of history, or warnings of something yet to come. The ghost signals remind us that even in silence, the deep is never truly quiet, and what sleeps there may not always stay asleep. Story 12. The Hudson Canyon Signals. From ghost signals in the Arctic to spectral echoes rising from the graveyards of sunken steel, we now descend somewhere closer, not into the crushing black of the Pacific trenches or the echo chambers of Soviet wreck sites, but to a place just off the eastern coast of the United States, where the seafloor falls away into winding canyons, vast ancient chasms carved into the edge of the continental shelf. This is not the Pacific. This is the Atlantic. And within its folds lies a mystery every bit as strange as the voices from the dead. Because in 2019, a series of rhythmic pulses, mechanical, deliberate, and wrong, began emanating from the depths of the Hudson Canyon. A place where no such signal should be. A place that reacts when approached. And when it does, it moves. Let's descend into the mystery of the Hudson Canyon signals. Roughly 100 miles southeast of New York City, the ocean floor undergoes a transformation. What begins as a gentle slope off the Atlantic coastline suddenly plunges into a winding network of deep gullies and steep, ancient channels. This is the Hudson Canyon, one of the largest submarine canyons in the world. It is deeper than the Grand Canyon and in many ways even more elusive. Formed over tens of thousands of years by the outflow of what was once the mighty Hudson River during glacial periods, this undersea trench system stretches hundreds of kilometers into the abyss. It's a place of rich marine biodiversity, a haven for whales, sharks, and bottom-dwelling creatures adapted to the strange gradients of light and pressure. But the Hudson Canyon is also quiet. At least, it used to be. In early June of 2019, a routine acoustic surveillance operation was underway, part of a broader classified program within the US Navy's Undersea Warfare Division. These types of operations are not uncommon. Hydrophone arrays positioned across the seafloor monitor for submarine activity, illegal dumping, and signs of foreign incursions into US waters. The Atlantic coast, particularly near major cities like New York, is a hotspot of surveillance. But what the listening stations picked up that morning wasn't routine. A rhythmic pulse, faint but precise. It began just after 4:17 a.m. local time. One sharp ping, metallic in tone, followed by 4 seconds of silence. Then another, and another. The pulses repeated with a cadence that suggested intent. Not random seismic tremors or the vocalizations of deep-sea life, but something structured, manufactured, a signal, not encrypted, not modulated for communication, but there. And then it stopped, only to resume the next night. Same frequency, same interval, same signature. And again, the night after that. It was almost like something was announcing itself. The source of the signal was triangulated to a depth of over 2,200 meters, far beneath the photic zone, nestled deep within one of the canyon's steepest branches. And what was stranger still was that it wasn't moving. Not at first. A reconnaissance pass by an unmanned underwater vehicle, launched quietly from a Virginia-class sub patrolling the eastern seaboard, was sent in to investigate. Its sonar sweep passed over the target zone at 0400 hours, nearly 3 days after the first pulse had been recorded. There was nothing there. The signal had stopped. But 12 hours later, the pulses resumed, roughly 1.8 kilometers away from their original coordinates. And that is where the mystery begins. The Hudson Canyon is not a place of regular human activity. It's too deep for recreational divers, too treacherous for standard submersibles, too complex for most forms of undersea construction or habitation. There are no wrecks known in that exact sector, no active naval drills, no civilian equipment, no tagged marine life fitted with acoustic transmitters. And yet, every evening, sometime between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., the signal returned, like clockwork, and in a slightly different location. It was never far, never fast, just enough to evade, just enough to remain unexplained. The frequency sat between 38 and 42 kilohertz, below human hearing, but within range of high-frequency sonar and active pings used in underwater navigation systems. Its structure was simple: a hard, narrow band pulse, then silence, then another, over and over. The pulses lasted 0.9 seconds each. The silence between them measured exactly 4 seconds, plus or minus 0.02. Too consistent for geology, too clean for biology, too weak for sonar, and not attached to any known vessel signature in the Navy's acoustic database. It was as if something was listening and replying, but not to us, just to something or someone. There were theories, of course. The first, and most benign, was instrumentation error. that perhaps a calibration fault in the underwater listening array had created ghost pulses, echoes of nearby ship traffic that had bounced along canyon walls and confused the sensors. But that theory collapsed when a separate system, deployed from an unmanned autonomous glider operated by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, confirmed the pulses independently, with a slightly different delay time, from a different angle. And then, so did the NOAA's passive buoy network. 3 independent systems, all receiving the same signal, from the same place, at the same time. And when vessels approached it, the signal vanished, only to reappear hours or days later, just slightly deeper, slightly farther into the canyon. Theories became necessities. Military analysts considered the possibility of a new form of Russian or Chinese stealth drone, possibly one designed to mimic marine background noise while performing surveillance near sensitive US waters. But why place it so deep? Why activate it only once a night? And why move it, but only so slightly? A foreign drone would have to surface eventually, for communication, power, navigation. Yet no surfacing events were ever recorded. No periscopic breaches, no satellite link bursts. Only the pulses. Regular, predictable, still unexplained. Then came the biological argument. Some marine biologists proposed that the pulses could be the result of an as-yet undiscovered species, perhaps a deep-sea cephalopod or fish capable of generating consistent acoustic bursts for communication or navigation. But again, the consistency was unnatural. No variation in pitch, no gradual tapering, no evolutionary logic behind the signal's design. Nature is rarely perfect. These pulses were. It wasn't long before the theories turned stranger. Some began to question whether the Hudson Canyon was truly inactive. There have been whispers, buried in older hydrographic surveys and internal NOAA correspondence, of unexplained anomalies detected in the region dating back to the 1980s. Unmapped heat signatures, sudden outgassing plumes, magnetic fluctuations along the trench floor. But they were rare, inconclusive, and most were buried. But one internal Navy document, declassified in part through a FOIA request in 2021, references what it calls active acoustic anomalies of unknown origin consistent with anomalous subsea floor motion. The report was dated 1985. The location? The Hudson Canyon. The pulses, it seemed, were not the first mystery to emerge from those depths. They were just the most deliberate. As the 2019 recordings accumulated, a new idea began to take shape. A fringe theory, mostly discussed in private by oceanographers and ex-Navy technicians. That perhaps what was being heard wasn't a signal sent, but one heard, an echo. The theory held that the canyon, due to its unique shape and sediment profile, may function as a kind of natural amplifier, reflecting and focusing low-frequency sounds from far greater depths, perhaps even from beneath the crust. Some proposed the existence of a sub-sea floor cavern filled with gas or fluid, producing percussive acoustic energy through some tectonic or geothermal process. A natural sonar drum. But again, the precision was difficult to reconcile. 4-second intervals, machine-like repetition, a frequency band designed for recognition, not chaos. There were even whispered comparisons to other anomalous acoustic events. The bloop, Julia, upsweep, sounds recorded deep in the Pacific that have never been conclusively explained. But those were singular events. Transient. The Hudson Canyon pulses were ongoing. For months. One researcher described it as the slowest Morse code in history. A signal that said nothing, and yet meant something. A pattern without context. But one detail stood out most and refused to fade. When approached by manned or unmanned vehicles, the signal always stopped, without exception. In July of 2019, a specially equipped NR-1 class research sub, one of the Navy's oldest and most secretive small subs, was deployed from Groton, Connecticut. It reached the signal coordinates at 3:58 a.m. The pulses had ceased the night before. But as the NR-1 descended into the canyon, acoustic sensors picked up a soft echo, residual sound bouncing from deeper along the slope. The sub moved closer. Nothing. Then, at 4:11 a.m., exactly 13 minutes after arrival, a single ping was detected. But from behind the sub's position, it had moved again, without a signature, without propulsion, without a wake, just gone, shifted, like it had watched them arrive and decided to leave. After 5 weeks, the pulses stopped entirely. No explanation, no recovery, no debris, no signal. They have not returned since. And yet, something lingers. To this day, hydrophones still monitor the canyon. Nothing has been heard, but the equipment remains, ready, waiting, because the Hudson Canyon pulses revealed more than a mystery. They exposed a wound in our confidence, a reminder that even in our own backyard, just miles from one of the most populated coastlines on Earth, there are places still untouched, still unseen, still listening. Was it a machine, an animal, a geological echo from deep within the Earth's crust, or something else entirely? We don't know. We may never know, but the rhythm remains etched in memory. 4-second silence, one sharp ping, then again, and each time we heard it, we felt something. Not fear, not awe, something older than both. The feeling of being watched. Because in the deep, silence is never stillness, and sound is never just noise. It's memory, it's presence. It's a hand reaching up from the dark, not to grab, but to knock. Softly, once, and then wait, to see who answers. In the canyon's depths, it knocked. We heard, and when we looked, it was already gone. But the echo remains, just low enough to miss, just loud enough to never forget. And so we listen, not for answers, but for return. Because whatever sent the pulses in the Hudson Canyon was not finished, just patient. And someday, when the machines have grown quiet, when the drones have returned to port, when the seafloor rests undisturbed once more, the rhythm will return. And when it does, we'll listen again, because that's what we do. We listen to the silence beneath the waves, to the pulse of the unexplained, to the mysteries that still move in the dark. And in that silence, we wait for whatever calls next, from the haunted canyons of the Atlantic to the next signal in the deep. Story 13. The Submarines and the Mariana Trench. From the slow pulse of the Hudson Canyon, where rhythmic signals moved through darkness like a heartbeat no one could explain, we now turn our attention westward, past the continental shelf, past the sunlit shallows of the Pacific, past the trenches and ridges mapped only in partial relief, to a place deeper, older, and stranger than all the rest. It is here that the silence becomes something else entirely. Not an absence, but a presence, a pressure, a stillness so complete it begins to feel alive. This is not the kind of silence you find on the surface, where wind and wave chase each other endlessly. This is abyssal silence, the kind that listens back. Welcome to the Mariana Trench. At the southeastern edge of the trench lies a vertical scar in the Earth's crust so deep it defies belief. The Challenger Deep. But depth alone does not make it mysterious. It is what has been heard here, and what has not, that draws us closer now. Because what some submarines have picked up in the trench may change how we think about what lives at the bottom of the world, and what listens there. The first time most people hear about the Mariana Trench, it sounds like a footnote in a geology textbook. A fun fact, the deepest point in the world's oceans, a superlative. But it is not a footnote. It is not a location even. It is a realm. Stretching more than 1,500 miles long and 7 miles deep, the trench is a fold in the earth that traces the line where two tectonic plates grind past each other in slow violence. It is the edge of the Pacific Plate being consumed by the Mariana Plate, swallowed inch by inch into the mantle. The seabed buckles and bows, dragged down into a depth where light has never existed. Not once. Not in billions of years. This trench is older than the Himalayas, older than the continents as we know them. It is prehistory preserved in water, and it is not empty. We know this now, not just because we have visited it, but because we have heard it. The United States Navy has long been interested in what happens beneath the waves. During the Cold War, they planted an acoustic net across the oceans, a secret web of hydrophones that could detect the sound signatures of submarines as they prowled the deep. The system, known as SOSUS, was designed to listen for Soviet movements. Instead, over the decades, it began to pick up things that no one could explain. Echoes, moans, mechanical clanks, rhythms, dissonant frequencies, metallic screeches followed by total silence, and sometimes pulses, measured, repeating. We have come to call them signals, though we do not know if they are meant for us. Some of the most unexplainable were recorded not far from the trench. In the years since hydrophones were lowered into the trench itself, the strangeness has only multiplied. In 2014, an autonomous underwater vehicle, an unmanned submarine packed with sensors, descended near the southern end of the trench. It was part of a routine mission to map portions of the seafloor, collect temperature data, and record ambient sound. The audio it captured was anything but routine. It began with a low vibration, almost subsonic, below the threshold of human hearing. But on the spectrogram, it was clear, a frequency ramping upward in a perfect curve. Then a burst. Sharp, metallic, like metal under strain. And then silence, followed by a rhythmic clicking, 5 seconds apart, then 3, then 5 again, as if it were waiting for something. The pattern repeated for over 6 hours. When analysts reviewed the data, they could not match the sound to any known whale species. Not the giant blue, not the elusive beaked whales that dive the deepest, not any known fish, seismic event, or geologic source. It was, as one analyst wrote in the margin of the report, not behaving like a creature. It was behaving like a system. But the ocean, for all its strangeness, is not a machine. At least, we assume it is not. To understand why these recordings matter, we have to consider the nature of sound in the ocean. Underwater, sound moves faster and farther than in air. It can travel for thousands of miles, bending with the temperature and salinity layers like a whispered secret through cathedral vaults. The deep ocean is full of life that uses this to its advantage. Whales sing across hemispheres. Shrimp snap with concussive force. Fish communicate, mate, hunt, and evade all by sound. But these trench recordings aren't just sound. They're geometry. They carry spatial hints, depth estimates, angular momentum. And when scientists triangulate them, when they map where these sounds are coming from, they trace paths that don't make sense. One signal, recorded in 2017, started at over 10,000 meters deep. Within an hour, it had shifted laterally more than 20 miles, something no submarine or sea creature is known to be capable of. And then the pattern reversed. It did not drift, it turned. But perhaps the most unsettling incident came not from a machine, but from a man. In 1996, a civilian researcher named Dr. Harlan Croft was aboard the RV Isolde, a private oceanographic vessel deployed near the trench to conduct thermal gradient studies. They were not there to listen, but one of the interns on board had a background in audio engineering and had been experimenting with hydrophone recordings for fun. On a calm night, just before midnight, she lowered a makeshift hydrophone into the water. It was basic, analog. What she captured would become one of the most controversial sound recordings in modern oceanography. It began faintly, a groan, like a long exhale of breath through something vast and echoing. Then a pulse, deep, slow, once every 12 seconds. Croft, reviewing the recording later, noticed that each pulse was slightly different from the last. Not in volume, not in pitch, in distance. They were getting closer. Over the course of the 19-minute recording, the signal closed by nearly 3 miles. And then, abruptly, it stopped. Not tapered, not faded. Cut. Some believe it was a simple phenomenon, a calving event from a distant undersea slope. But the geology of the area did not support that. Others suggested it was a large marine mammal migrating through. But the clicks were not biological. They were uniform, measured to within microseconds, each precisely timed. And then there's what came after. According to Croft's personal journal, now publicly available, the next morning, several crew members reported headaches and nausea. One technician claimed she had dreamed of voices, speaking in tones she didn't understand, but that felt old. The hydrophone used that night was destroyed the next day by saltwater exposure, or so the report said. The tapes, however, survived, though many institutions refused to acknowledge them as legitimate. But in recent years, researchers have begun to revisit these kinds of anomalies with fresh ears. And what they're finding is troubling, because the Mariana Trench is not a dead zone, it is communicative. Over the last decade, with the advent of better deep-sea drones and AI-based signal analysis, we've begun cataloguing sounds with more granularity. One pattern in particular has emerged from multiple surveys. A low-frequency tremor that starts beneath the silt layer. It begins as a throb every 42 seconds, measurable only by hydrophones within 2,000 meters of the trench floor. But it isn't seismic. It doesn't match tectonic movements or volcanic activity. It doesn't radiate outward. It doesn't dissipate. It pulses in place. And when drones approach the source location, the signal stops. Not fades. Stops, as if it knows it's being watched. And here we move from science to theory. Some marine biologists speculate that the trench is home to a biological phenomenon we do not yet understand. That we are hearing the reproductive call of some massive ancient species evolved to dwell beneath all known life. This would not be unprecedented. Creatures like the megamouth shark and the colossal squid eluded discovery for centuries. Evolution does not stop at the shelf. It just grows quieter. Others believe it may be a geological function unlike anything we've seen. That somewhere deep within the trench, A cavity of unusual shape acts as a natural resonator, producing vibrations in response to distant movements like a tuning fork struck from below. But these explanations do not account for the timing, for the moments when sound and silence switch with intent, for the rising harmonic patterns that mimic language more than echo. Which leads us to the third camp, the one that speaks in whispers. Some believe the trench is not just deep, they believe it is hollow, not in the sense of vast caves or science fiction notions of hollow earth, but in the sense of structure, a cavern system, a pocket of space hidden beneath the crust, shaped over millions of years by tectonic drag and volcanic extrusion. And that something lives in that pocket, something vast, something that listens. These theories are not published in major journals. They are not cited at conferences, but they persist because the trench remains largely unmeasured beyond a certain depth, because drones that descend too far sometimes fail to return, because sonar maps still leave blank spots where returns go black, and because those rhythmic signals sometimes resume. On clear days, with no ships nearby, the hydrophones capture something that sounds like movement. It begins like a song, a single note held too long, then a resonance, a second frequency, slightly off-pitch, creating an interference pattern, then silence. Until the next one. It is not whales, it is not rock, it is not wind, nor current, nor machine. We do not know what it is, but it moves, and it watches, and it waits. In the coldest, darkest fold of the earth, beneath miles of crushing water, where no sunlight has ever touched, something is echoing back. And though we do not yet understand the language, we have already begun to speak to it. With our drones, with our steel, with our signals. And it is listening. Perhaps it always has been. So we keep recording. We keep listening. We lower our microphones into the trench and hope the sea will speak. Because in the silence of the Mariana Trench, deeper than our fears, older than our maps, something is alive. And one day, when we are ready, it may speak back. Story 14. The Deep Sea Blacklist. From the echoing silence of the Mariana Trench, where even the deepest sea hydrophones seem to capture more questions than answers, we now surface into a different kind of mystery. A quieter one. Not because it lacks weight, but because no one is allowed to speak of it. These are not the stories found in sonar data or bioluminescent sightings. They don't come with eerie recordings or sudden screams over the comms. Instead, they are marked by blank spaces in the official archives. Missions that were logged out, but never logged back in. Disappearances without weather, combat, or mechanical failure to blame. Just silence and denial. We are entering the realm of the Deep Sea Blacklist. Not a literal list, of course. You won't find a document labelled as such in any naval archive or military database, but the pattern is unmistakable. Submarines whose movements are traceable to a point, and then simply vanish. Crews who leave port in silence and, according to every public record that follows, were never aboard. Missions so secret that even acknowledging their planning would breach national security. Some were Cold War ghosts, others are more recent, and none of them have an explanation. Let's begin where the gaps are most obvious, in the overlapping waters of the North Atlantic, where NATO and Soviet tensions once played their deadliest games of hide and seek. It was here, off the icy coasts of Norway and Greenland that submarine operations blurred the line between surveillance and sabotage, between defense and disappearance. The first whispered case involves a NATO fast attack sub in the late 1970s, believed to be either the USS Baton Rouge or an unlisted British vessel. What we know is minimal, and all of it stitched together from open source accounts, private testimonies, and the accidental release of a redacted transmission log during a Freedom of Information request. According to the log, the vessel in question departed from a classified naval port in Scotland under full blackout protocol. Its route was listed only as Polar Edge Deep Vector Series. It was expected to return in 17 days. It never did. Official statements said nothing. No acknowledgement of the launch, no notice to families, no funeral, no memorial. Just a persistent nothing. The story might have ended there. A fragment of maritime conspiracy, if not for an event 6 months later. A sonar ping picked up by a Norwegian fishing vessel. A deep, deliberate tone unlike anything typically heard in that part of the ocean. Long, low, and rhythmic. It repeated exactly 5 times, then fell silent. The fisherman was seasoned and knew the sea's usual language: wails, seismic murmurs, the occasional mechanical interference. But this felt different, engineered, purposeful. They passed the audio along to marine researchers at the University of Bergen, who confirmed that it was consistent with a military sonar signature, but one not currently in use by any known NATO or Warsaw Pact submarine. The researchers reached out to naval authorities. Their equipment was confiscated 2 days later. When one of the researchers inquired about its return, she received a simple response: "The origin of the signal has been classified." This isn't the only instance. In 1983, during the height of the Soviet-American submarine shadow wars, a Soviet Charlie-class nuclear-powered sub was reportedly dispatched on a reconnaissance mission in the Sea of Okhotsk. The details surrounding this operation remain elusive, but naval analysts have pieced together fragments from declassified Soviet reports, defectors' testimonies, and curious entries in shipyard repair logs. The submarine was scheduled to operate in a pattern consistent with cable tapping missions, much like the infamous Ivy Bells operation undertaken by the United States. But somewhere during its run, the sub diverted course. It entered what is now suspected to be an uncharted trench formation on the eastern seafloor. And that was it. Radio contact ceased. Distress protocols never activated. What happened inside that trench is a matter of speculation. Some believe the submarine suffered a catastrophic hull breach due to an undersea landslide, possibly triggered by seismic activity. Others propose it collided with a US sub, tailing it covertly. But the most haunting theory comes from an anonymous Soviet naval engineer who later emigrated to Canada. He claimed the sub didn't vanish due to accident or attack. It was forced to stay. According to his account, data relayed back during the initial descent indicated rapidly rising external pressure readings that didn't match depth calculations. The sub's onboard sensors believed it had gone over 1,200 meters deeper than its true position. Instruments began failing, systems flickering, and the last transmission received by the listening post in Kamchatka was a confused, distorted line of Russian. "We're not where we're supposed to be," followed by silence. Attempts to recover the wreck failed. No debris, no oil slick, no evidence of implosion. Nothing. But that trench? It was quietly marked on future Soviet naval maps. Not with a name, just a black bar. The Deep Sea Blacklist doesn't just belong to the Cold War. Some of its strangest entries come from this century. Missions launched with modern equipment, digital telemetry, satellite feeds. Missions where every movement should have been recorded in real time. But they weren't. One of the most disturbing examples came in 2003. A Brazilian Navy submarine, the Toneleiro, was reportedly undergoing final deep-sea trials after a major systems overhaul. According to open-source records, the vessel was scheduled for a routine test dive off the coast of Itaguaí, in depths considered safe and familiar. Officially, the dive went perfectly. The sub resurfaced, docked, and returned to service. But satellite records show something different. Multiple defense satellite arrays tracked a submerged object matching the Toneleiro's size and profile, continuing its descent long after it should have leveled off. The trajectory went beyond the mapped basin, beyond charted continental shelves. Brazilian authorities never explained the discrepancy. But independent researchers comparing thermal wakes and satellite bathymetric overlays noticed something else. The signature didn't stop. It plateaued, then vanished into a section of ocean floor not thought to contain any openings. No trench, no canyon, just a featureless sediment shelf. And then, 5 hours later, the signature reappeared. Not at the original location, but 237 kilometers southeast, rising from a depth that should have crushed any vessel not rated for Hadal conditions. Even more unnerving, the re-emerged object was slightly smaller, as if something had changed. What happened during those 5 hours? Where did the sub go? No crew interviews, no logs released, only a single media release. All systems performed within expected parameters. One might dismiss these accounts as anomalies, errors in data, garbled transmissions, bureaucratic smoke. But when the same patterns emerge again and again, across decades and borders, something deeper begins to surface. Why do certain submarines disappear and return changed? Why are others never spoken of again? Why do seasoned crews, trained, hardened, mentally vetted, report moments of unreality just before their last logs? There are documented cases, in private naval transcripts, of submariners describing inexplicable shifts in magnetics, visual hallucinations of lights where none should be, entire areas of ocean floor that appear hollow on sonar, despite being structurally solid by every other measure. One particularly disturbing case came from a French nuclear submarine, the Submarine, during a classified training mission in the North Atlantic. The crew, all highly disciplined, began reporting brief but coordinated loss of time. Not sleep, time. Entire sequences of sonar logs were out of sync with the ship's atomic clock by increments of 47 minutes. Crew logs didn't match timestamps. Even the external drone feeds, which had been running continuously, showed footage where the stars above the waterline seemed to move out of pattern, as if the Earth had skipped forward. The official conclusion? A software bug. But the footage was sealed, and the crew reassigned. And the Submarine was taken offline for unrelated maintenance for nearly a year. There is a kind of map that submariners make, passed down not in ink, but in words. Stories whispered between crews, warnings unacknowledged by any manual. Places where the deep doesn't behave, where instruments lie, where sound carries strangely, where silence feels not empty, but occupied. The map is invisible, but its influence is real. There are patrol paths quietly avoided for reasons never officially recorded. Submarines on the Deep Sea Blacklist often visited those places, or tried, and not all came back. Among these is one of the most tightly sealed cases in recent memory, a Japanese submersible research mission that launched in 2017 under the guise of oceanographic climate study. The vessel, nicknamed Kaijin 4, was a hybrid between military-grade stealth and academic exploration. Its dive site, a seafloor depression near the Bonin Islands, long rumoured to house unusual sonar returns. For the first 6 hours, everything was normal. Then, telemetry ceased. Not failed. Ceased. Every system, engine diagnostics, comms, drone relays, even basic environmental sensors, froze mid-data cycle. When a surface support vessel sent an unmanned rescue drone, it found nothing. No wreckage, no heat, no movement. But on the 7th hour, a single ping was detected by a deep-sea monitoring station 500 kilometers away. It matched the Kaijin's signature. One ping, then nothing. The mission was scrubbed from every official website within days. Researchers were reassigned. Some vanished from the academic record entirely. And the Bonin Trench Zone was suddenly granted a marine hazard designation for commercial fishing routes. No explanation, just a red circle on a map. So, what do we make of this? Are these stories simply the inevitable result of operating in one of Earth's most hostile, unpredictable environments? A mixture of coincidence, mechanical failure, and human error? Or are they the edges of something else? A pattern? A truth hiding behind classified paper and whispered warnings? Could there be regions of the deep where physics bends, where time distorts, where pressure is not just environmental, but intentional? Some propose natural explanations: submarine sinkholes, methane hydrate eruptions, massive undersea cave systems capable of disorienting sonar and distorting location. Others suggest psychological strain, that the mind under pressure, in isolation, in darkness, in silence, creates ghosts of its own. But then there are those who speak of watchers, not aliens, not sea monsters, but structures, impossibly ancient, unmapped constructs that give off heat signatures not tied to geothermal activity. That reflects sonar in ways no rock formation should. That hum at frequencies just beyond our hearing. One of these, located in the southern Indian Ocean, has been nicknamed the Gate by those who've heard the stories. Submarines pass near it and change course. The reasons aren't recorded. They never are. Because on the Deep Sea Blacklist, the stories that matter are the ones you're not allowed to tell. But if you listen closely to the gaps, to the missions that disappear from logs, the crews that vanish from rosters, the expeditions that leave no trace, you begin to hear something beneath the silence, a message that the sea has whispered for centuries. Not everything that goes down is meant to come back, and some truths lie too deep to surface. So we dive, and we lose track of time, and sometimes, if we listen hard enough, with our drones, our steel, our signals, the deep answers back, but not in words, in absences, in names never recorded, in submarines that left port and became myths. The Deep Sea Blacklist is not a document, it's a graveyard. And like all good graveyards, its secrets remain buried until someone dares to speak them aloud. Story 15. The U-Boat 85. From the dark ledger of vanished missions and lost files, where names disappear into silence and steel leaves no wake, we drift now to a story that shouldn't exist. It isn't on any blacklist. It isn't denied by governments. It doesn't need to be hidden, because it's too unbelievable to be taken seriously. And yet, there is a wreck, and there were survivors, and they said something pulled them down. What they described was not sabotage. It wasn't a torpedo. It wasn't war. It was something alive. This is the story of U-Boat 85, a submarine that did not vanish without a trace, but instead left behind a very real wreck, a fully documented sinking, and the strangest testimony ever given by a captured crew. Let's begin in April 1945, the North Atlantic. The war was nearly over. Nazi Germany had begun its final collapse, but the seas were still deadly, and U-boats were still hunting. U-85 was one of the last Type CFB U-boats to operate off the American coast. Commanded by Kapitän Lieutenant Gunther Kresch, it had already completed several patrols in the Atlantic. Its design was efficient, hardened by years of maritime war. It was a sleek predator, engineered for stealth and speed beneath the waves. But this final patrol would not end as planned. On the night of April 14, 1945, U-85 surfaced near Cape Hatteras, off the coast of North Carolina. A routine decision, most likely made to recharge batteries and intake fresh air. Standard procedure. Except that night, the sea was not standard. According to the logs of the USS Roper, the American destroyer that engaged U-85 shortly after midnight, the submarine was spotted on radar at approximately 2:15 a.m. The Roper gave chase, and within minutes, searchlights illuminated the enemy craft. What followed was brief but decisive. Rather than diving, U-85 remained on the surface. A bizarre choice. It allowed the Roper to open fire, strafing the deck with machine guns. Moments later, depth charges were deployed in a shallow spread. The result was devastating. U-85 was struck and began to sink rapidly. But what came next is what sets this incident apart from the thousands of other naval engagements during the war. Because the crew of the USS Roper reported something unusual. As the U-boat sank, several of its crew leapt overboard. Some survived long enough to be recovered. Others did not. But those who were pulled from the freezing Atlantic, dazed, injured, and barely coherent, spoke of something that had attacked them before the Americans did. Not a plane, not a ship, not even a weapon, but a creature. The reports vary slightly, as most were filtered through hasty interrogations and translated in wartime conditions. But several sources agree. The men described an entity in the water. It had struck the hull before surfacing. It moved with unnatural speed. It made no sound, but they felt it scrape the sides of the submarine. And then, according to more than one survivor, something had grabbed the stern. Not with torpedoes, not with mechanical force, but with limbs. One sailor claimed he saw something rise from the waves behind the U-boat. Another insisted they had opened fire on it with a deck-mounted MG-34. No one could agree on its shape. Some said it had eyes that reflected the moon. Others swore it was more shadow than flesh, too fast to track, too large to make sense. But all agreed on one point. They were not sunk by the Roper alone. At the time, American intelligence dismissed the claims as nonsense. Shell shock, trauma, propaganda. The war was ending. There was no reason to investigate further. U-85 was catalogued as destroyed by naval engagement. The wreck was charted, the matter closed. But in the decades that followed, divers who visited the site began to notice something strange. The U-boat lies in shallow water, just 110 feet down, easily accessible by recreational diving standards. And yet, it is not intact. The bow and midsection show damage consistent with depth charges. But the stern looks torn, not exploded, not shattered, torn. Sections of the hull plating are bent outward, as if something pulled from the inside. Reinforced bulkheads are sheared in long, smooth arcs, and some of the deeper gouges, near the propellers, resemble claw marks more than blast damage. No official explanation has ever been given. Some marine archaeologists have suggested that post-sinking corrosion, currents, or modern anchoring incidents could be to blame. But the scars remain, and among the diving community, the story persists. That U-85 encountered something in the deep, something that came up. It wouldn't be the first time such legends circulated in maritime circles. For as long as submarines have existed, tales of deep-sea creatures attacking them have followed. But U-85 is different, because this is not just a story. There is a wreck, there is documentation, and there are surviving statements. If the crew truly believed something attacked them, then we are left with two options. Either they hallucinated, or something happened out there that defies what we expect from the sea. To understand just how strange this incident is, we must consider the psychological environment of late-war submarine crews. By 1945, German U-boat morale was crumbling. Allied anti-submarine warfare had become brutally effective. Survival rates were low. The pressure on board was not just physical, but mental. Weeks of isolation, stale air, constant tension. Could such conditions produce hallucinations? Absolutely. But mass hallucinations? Shared delusions among trained naval personnel? That's harder to explain. And the testimonies were not raving. They were frightened. In fact, they were hesitant. Some refused to elaborate further. Others warned interrogators to stay away from the wreck. One reportedly said, "It was not meant to surface. We interrupted it." Cryptic, nonsensical, but chilling. And then there is the curious case of the sonar logs. Though much of the USS Roper's wartime data was declassified long ago, certain sonar readings from that night remain missing. Not redacted, not lost, just omitted. This alone may mean nothing. Records from that era are often incomplete, but it feeds the fire, especially when you consider this. The Roper reported unusual turbulence moments before contact. Their sonar operator mentioned interference, echo anomalies, signals that didn't match a submarine profile, something large, moving just below the U-boat. But it vanished before they could get a clean reading. Later dismissed as thermoclines, underwater layers of temperature contrast that disrupt sonar. Yet the timing is strange. A sonar anomaly, a surfaced sub that refuses to dive, a sudden engagement, a wreck torn at the stern, and a crew that said it wasn't the Roper that doomed them. Even today, U-85 remains a dive site. But there are rules. Local guides warn divers not to disturb the stern. Some say equipment fails near it. Cameras glitch, gauges misread. Again, easily dismissed. Saltwater corrodes. Depth affects electronics. But the stories keep coming. Divers who surface pale and quiet. Those who refuse to return. One said he felt something brush past him in the dark. Another claimed he heard tapping on the hull. All anecdotal, all unproven, but all circling the same unanswerable question. What did U-85 encounter that night? Let's consider the theories, the rational ones. Some historians argue that U-85 simply malfunctioned. Perhaps its dive planes jammed. Perhaps its ballast tanks were damaged. It surfaced to fix a mechanical issue, was caught and destroyed. The accounts of something grabbing the hull are wartime fabrications, or the ravings of drowning men. The torn hull, corrosion, pressure changes, anchor damage. In this version of the story, nothing strange happened at all. But then we have the fringe explanations. One theory suggests that U-85 stumbled upon a migrating pod of deep-sea predators, perhaps giant squid disoriented by sonar. A desperate story, but not without precedent. Giant squid have been known to attack submarines, usually out of confusion. There are modern naval logs noting suction marks found on submersible exteriors, but those marks are not enough to sink a boat. Another theory involves something more mythical. The Kraken, a living fossil, a species unknown to science, surviving in the trenches of the Atlantic. This theory points to deep canyons along the east coast continental shelf. Submarine canyons filled with cold, dense water. Places that remain largely unmapped, even today. Could something survive there? Emerge only when disturbed? It would explain the suddenness of the attack, the silence, the trauma of the survivors. But it remains speculative. The ocean does not easily yield its secrets. And perhaps that's the point. Because the wreck of U-85 is real. Its damage is real. Its survivors were real men who said what they saw. And what they saw didn't belong to any known enemy. Not in 1945. Not today. In the end, perhaps the most chilling possibility is not that something from the deep attacked U-85, but that it didn't mean to, that the submarine simply got in its way, and that the sea, disturbed, responded with instinct. A reminder that we are not alone down there, and that some depths are better left undisturbed, because even now, as currents shift over the rusting wreck, the stern remains torn, and no one can say why. But not all strange encounters happen in wartime. Sometimes it's the peacetime patrols that witness the most impossible things, and sometimes they aren't allowed to talk about it. Let's now turn to another unexplained case, this time in the cold waters of the Barents Sea, where a Soviet crew swore they saw something move under the ice, and what they found on the sonar still hasn't been explained. The U-118, the submarine in the cornfield. From the frozen stillness of the Barents Sea, where strange objects once moved beneath the ice, we drift now not into deeper waters, but toward the shore, toward a stretch of coast where something should not be. A shape that doesn't belong, not in the waves, and certainly not in the sand. It is here, on the southern coast of England, in the small seaside town of Hastings, that the sea left behind an artifact, a weapon of war, a relic of a world conflict that had ended just months before. The year was 1919, and a German submarine had washed ashore in a place it had no business being. It was called U-118, and in its final act, this submarine did not slip silently beneath the waves like so many others. It didn't vanish into the deep, lost with all hands. It didn't go down in battle or disappear in some forgotten corner of the Atlantic. It came ashore, violently, unexpectedly, as if returned by the ocean itself. The war had been over since the previous November. The armistice had been signed. Germany's U-boat fleet had been defeated, their silent threat neutralized. Most of the surviving submarines were surrendered to the Allies as part of the Treaty of Versailles. Some were dismantled. Others were used for research. A few were sent on display tours, paraded before a public still raw with grief and curiosity. U-118 was one of these. Scheduled to be towed to France, she never made it. On April 15, 1919, while being moved through the English Channel, a storm broke out. The tow line snapped, and U-118, unmanned, adrift, was left at the mercy of the tide. By morning, she had run aground on the beach at Hastings. It was an astonishing sight. Imagine walking down to the seaside one morning, expecting the usual sight of fishing boats and seaweed, and instead seeing the great iron carcass of a war machine resting where children once played. U-118 was enormous, nearly 270 feet in length, rusting, barnacled, and half buried in the sand. It was not a wreck one needed to dive for. It was there for all to see. A thing not of peace, but of conflict. Not broken in battle, but broken by fate. And there it stayed. Crowds gathered. The town, still recovering from the trauma of war, now found itself the reluctant host to a relic of the enemy. But curiosity outpaced unease. Thousands came to see it. The stranded U-boat became a sensation. Children climbed on it. Vendors sold postcards of it. Local authorities, unsure of what else to do, cordoned off the area and allowed limited tours. That's when the trouble began. 2 men from the Royal Navy were dispatched to examine the submarine. Lieutenant Richard Clements and Chief Petty Officer William Brown. Their task was routine: inspect the interior, confirm there were no explosives aboard, and ensure the wreck posed no hazard to the public. They entered the wreck, and soon after, they both fell ill. At first, it seemed minor: headaches, dizziness, but the symptoms worsened. Within weeks, both men were dead. No official explanation was ever given. At the time, doctors attributed their deaths to exposure to poisonous fumes, possibly from decaying chemicals or battery acid still lingering within the submarine. Others suggested residual chlorine gas, a byproduct of seawater reacting with the vessel's electrical systems. But there was a problem. The wreck had been flooded and exposed to the elements for months. Any volatile compounds should have dissipated, and none of the other visitors, including locals who clambered over the hull and peered inside, reported symptoms. Only the 2 men who entered the U-boat died. And so the stories began. Some whispered it was cursed, that the dead crew of U-118 had not left their ship, that something inside the hull didn't want to be disturbed. Official records say the submarine had been empty, but rumors circulated. That sounds were heard from within at night, that figures were seen moving behind the portholes, that the smell of ozone and rot would waft inland when the tide came high. Others claimed the submarine itself seemed to shift position overnight, not from tides, but from something internal, something alive. These were the stories that locals told. Stories that didn't make the papers, but survived in pubs and postcards and private recollections. Over time, the stories grew. People said the beach felt colder near the wreck, that dogs refused to go near it, that seagulls never landed on it. But it was the deaths that gave the stories weight. Clements and Brown, both young, both experienced, both exposed only briefly. Their deaths didn't just mark a tragedy, they marked a boundary. After that, the wreck was sealed off. No more tours, no more curious visitors allowed inside. And still, the U-boat remained. For years, it sat there, slowly decaying. A curiosity turned hazard, its metal warped by salt and wind, its hatches rusted shut. Eventually, in 1921, salvage crews dismantled it on site, piece by piece. No official record remains of what they found inside, only that it took longer than expected, and that the final pieces were hauled away quietly. Some say parts of the hull were reused. Others say they were melted down entirely. But the keel, the spine of the sub, was never publicly displayed. It was either buried or lost to time. Today, no trace of U-118 remains on the beach. Not even a plaque, just a wide stretch of sand, and a few fading photographs. But those who grew up in Hastings remember the strange shape on the horizon, the smell of old oil in the wind, and the warning their parents gave them. Don't go near it, don't touch it, don't climb it. What was it about this particular submarine? There were hundreds like it. Other U-boats were captured, examined, exploded. Some became exhibits in museums. Others were sunk in naval tests. But none of them brought death after the war. None of them appeared uninvited or lingered so long. And none left such a haunting legacy. To this day, the deaths of the two naval men remain unexplained. And no chemical analysis or autopsy records are publicly available. Some believe the cause was industrial, batteries leaking toxic fumes. Others suspect radiation, though that would have been virtually unknown at the time. And then there are those who believe it was something else entirely, something that shouldn't have been opened. Submarines are strange things. Machines of war, yes, but also sealed environments, isolated from the world. Aboard a sub, the crew breathes the same air for days, shares the same recycled systems. It becomes its own ecosystem, one that doesn't always die when the men do. Is it possible that something remained inside U-118, a biological agent, a dormant gas, or something stranger? Some paranormal researchers have proposed that locations of intense trauma can retain a kind of psychic residue, a haunting not of ghosts, but of moments, pain echoing in place. If that's true of buildings, could it be true of machines? Could the submarine itself have held on to something? U-118 had seen combat. She had sunk ships, killed sailors, lurked beneath convoys. And then, one day, the war ended, and she came back. Not to port, not to her makers, but to the enemy's shore, beached like a warning. In the years since, the story of U-118 has faded from the public memory. It's a footnote now, a strange headline from a century ago. Most modern visitors to Hastings have never heard of it. But every so often, when the tide is unusually low, a few older residents still walk the beach and squint toward the horizon. They remember the shape that once rested there, the crowds, the silence, the day the sea gave something back. And they remember the men who died. No memorial stands for them. No answers have ever been found. Just a mystery and a warning that some wrecks should remain buried, and that even in peace, the ocean does not forget. So as the surf returns again and again to that quiet shore, one can't help but wonder, what else has it brought us? And what else waits to be returned? Because U-118 was not the only vessel to wash up where it didn't belong. And not every wreck is content to stay at sea. Some are found in the woods, some in frozen lakes, and some turn up in the most impossible places, like a beach in England, with no crew, no survivors, and no reason to be there at all. Story 16. The Soviet sub B-37. From the strange silence of U-118, a submarine that surfaced not with a crew, but with a chilling absence, we move now to a different kind of silence. Not the kind found on empty beaches or inside rusted wrecks, but the kind that follows a sudden, violent shock. A silence so absolute, it can only come after devastation. Because some submarine mysteries don't end at sea. Some begin in calm harbors under bright morning sun, when everything seems normal. And then something unthinkable happens. This is the story of Soviet submarine B-37, a submarine that didn't vanish beneath the waves, but exploded where it stood, in full view of an entire naval base. And in the seconds that followed, over 120 people would be gone, burned, shattered, erased. It was one of the deadliest submarine disasters in Soviet history. But even now, decades later, many believe the official explanation doesn't add up. What caused a fully docked submarine to detonate with the force of a small bomb? Why were so many people caught in the blast? And what did the survivors see that the military never wanted spoken aloud? Let's go back to a cold morning in 1962 and the last moments of Soviet submarine B-37. The Soviet naval base at Polani lay nestled deep within Kola Bay, a narrow, fjord-like inlet slicing into the northern coast of Russia. It was, and still is, a place defined by secrecy. Part of the broader Severomorsk complex, Polani was carved into the frozen edge of the Barents Sea, an Arctic outpost where military infrastructure met the brutal stillness of the north. The air there always carried a bite. Salt and diesel lingered like ghosts along the piers. Submarines sat half-shrouded in mist, their conning towers rising like headstones from the grey water. And in January, the entire landscape froze into silence. It was here, on the 11th of that month in 1962, that submarine B-37 prepared for a routine test of its torpedo systems. Routine. That's how it was described. A maintenance check. Dry docked. Connected to external power. Crew on board. Nothing unusual. But that word, routine, would prove bitterly ironic. B-37 was a Project 641 class diesel-electric submarine, known in NATO circles as a Foxtrot class. These were mid-century workhorses of the Soviet Navy, sleek, heavy, and built to stalk enemy fleets from beneath the waves. At nearly 300 feet long and housing 10 torpedo tubes, B-37 was a formidable presence. But like all diesel-electric subs, it was a creature of contradictions. Powerful yet delicate, lethal but temperamental. Foxtrots required constant upkeep. Their systems, especially weapons systems, needed regular calibration. And that morning's test was just one of many scheduled for B-37 in early January. What exactly went wrong is a matter of debate. The official account, released later by the Soviet Navy, would blame an accidental ignition during torpedo system maintenance. A technician, the story goes, activated an electrical circuit that should have remained dormant. It sparked. And that single spark, in the confined, oxygen-rich atmosphere of the torpedo room, ignited something terrible. B-37 was docked at Pier 3 in Polani, among a cluster of other vessels and support ships. Another submarine, the S-350, was moored right alongside her, just a few meters away. The time was 8:20 a.m. In an instant, the forward torpedo compartment of B-37 exploded, triggering a chain reaction. All 10 torpedoes aboard detonated simultaneously. The blast tore the submarine apart from the inside. A fireball erupted skyward, visible for miles. The conning tower of B-37, once a silent sentinel above the deck, was flung into the air like a toy. Steel plating disintegrated, and the shockwave rolled across the harbour like thunder made solid. Windows shattered, buildings cracked, and the neighbouring sub, S-350, was shredded by flaming debris. In less than a second, 122 people were dead. Not just the crew of B-37, but sailors from nearby vessels, dock workers, support staff. Many were vaporized. Others were thrown into the freezing water, their bodies never recovered. Only a few aboard B-37 survived, most of them located in the aft compartments, which remained partially intact during the blast. They would live to tell what they saw, but their voices were muffled, their testimonies buried beneath layers of secrecy. The Soviet Union, at the height of the Cold War, did not tolerate the appearance of weakness, especially in its military apparatus. So the incident was classified, silenced. Families of the victims were told little. Public statements were brief, sanitized. Officially, it was deemed a tragic accident, an error in procedure, nothing more. But among those stationed at Polani, rumors swirled. Some insisted the explosion was too large to be caused by human error alone. Others claimed strange electrical readings had been logged that morning. Anomalies in the power lines feeding B-37. A few whispered of sabotage, foreign agents, a warning. But the truth, as always, lay submerged, somewhere between what was seen and what was allowed to be said. In the years since, investigators, both independent and state-approved, have pored over the sparse evidence available. Here's what we know. Torpedoes of that era, especially those stored on board Soviet submarines, were notoriously unstable. The Type 53 torpedo, standard issue on B-37, used a volatile propellant that could ignite under the right or wrong conditions. Maintenance routines required extreme caution. Even a minor short circuit could, in theory, cause an ignition. But this wasn't a minor explosion. This was complete detonation. 10 torpedoes going off simultaneously is not the expected result of a single wiring error. It's an event so catastrophic, it almost defies logic. Some researchers have noted that safety interlocks should have prevented such a chain reaction. The torpedo tubes were not armed. The warheads were secured. So what failed? One possibility: the introduction of oxygen into the wrong compartments during electrical testing. Oxygen-rich environments, especially in sealed spaces with electrical equipment, can become lethal if not strictly monitored. Another theory suggests that the external power feed from the dockyard may have surged unexpectedly, delivering a spike of current into B-37's internal systems. If that current reached the torpedo fire control circuits, it could explain the near instantaneous detonation. But that raises its own questions. Why did the safety systems fail to isolate the power? Why was the torpedo compartment exposed? And why did this happen at Polani, one of the most secure naval facilities in the entire Northern Fleet? For some, the answer lies in a darker direction. Cold War paranoia was not unfounded. Both the USSR and the United States ran covert operations designed to test, sabotage, and infiltrate each other's naval installations. Could B-37 have been targeted? There's no evidence, no witness, no admission. But what remains are the gaps. Too many for comfort. The explosion of B-37 did more than destroy a submarine. It sent shockwaves through Soviet Naval Command. An internal review led to revised safety protocols across the fleet. New procedures were introduced for torpedo handling. Electrical testing routines were restructured. And perhaps, most tellingly, the Soviet Navy ceased mooring active submarines side by side during weapons maintenance. An unspoken admission, a quiet nod to the scale of the devastation. But even these changes couldn't erase what had happened. In Polani, scars remained. Some physical, a crater in the dock, twisted steel in the bay. Some less visible, the families left without answers. The sailors who saw it happen, who heard the blast, who watched comrades vanish in flame. Many of them would carry the silence for decades. A silence that said more than words ever could. There are other details too. Fragments passed down in quiet conversations, half-remembered briefings. A photograph, allegedly taken just moments before the explosion, shows the harbour bathed in early light. B-37 still whole, S-350 moored close. Another image, classified, then leaked, shows the aftermath. Or what's left of it, a scorched hull, an empty pier, ash on the water. And then there are the stories. One dock worker claimed to have seen a strange shimmer above B-37 just before the detonation. A distortion in the air, like heat rising from a desert road. Another survivor swore he heard a hum, low, constant, moments before the blast. Too faint to localize, but unmistakable. Electronic interference, mechanical resonance, or something else entirely. We may never know. Because when a submarine explodes in a sealed harbour during peacetime with no warning, the questions don't end with engineering. They begin. Some point to similar incidents that occurred years later, on different submarines, in different navies. USS Scorpion, K129, Kursk. Each disaster, steeped in its own set of mysteries, each one echoing the others. As if something about submarines, these long, silent predators of the deep, resists explanation. Or as if the ocean, and the machines we build to master it, do not always cooperate. There's something almost mythic about it. The idea of a vessel that lives below the surface, out of sight, out of mind, suddenly erupting into view. Not because of an enemy attack, but because of something inside. A flaw, a moment, a misstep, or perhaps something else entirely. The explosion of B-37 has faded from public memory, overshadowed by more famous disasters. But for those who were there, the sound never stopped. It lives in the way the ice creaks in Polarny's harbour each winter, in the rusted bolts of abandoned piers, and in the faces of men who still wake at night to the memory of a fireball that had no warning and no explanation. What caused the blast aboard B-37? Was it human error, a design flaw, a hidden hand? We can trace the circuits, recreate the timeline, list the names of the dead, but the moment itself, the moment the sub ceased to exist, remains sealed, a riddle wrapped in steel and smoke. And as long as submarines slide silently through the dark, as long as warheads sleep inside their hulls, and as long as harbours mirror the sky with dangerous calm, the story of B-37 will remain a warning about what happens when the silence breaks, and about how sometimes the sea doesn't need to claim a submarine for it to be lost. Sometimes the deepest mystery happens above the waves. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and when those secrets wear steel hulls and silent engines, they're even harder to find. The submarines we explored today weren't lost to storms or time. They were lost to something deeper. Covert missions, silent battles, mechanical ghosts, and mysteries that even the military won't explain. But these aren't just stories of machines. They're stories of men, of crews that vanished into the deep, of voices that were never heard again. We've only scratched the surface of what lies beneath, and for every wreck we've uncovered, there are others still missing, erased from records, buried under decades of silence. If this journey through the classified and the unexplained kept you wondering, make sure to subscribe and explore the rest of our archives. There are more stories waiting, some beneath the waves, and some much closer than we think. Thanks for watching, and as always, stay curious and stay safe. The ocean doesn't forget, it just doesn't speak.